We're doing okay, thank you, and you too.
Doing all right. In Brooklyn, we were.
Good morning, Ms. Axton. How are you? Can you please test your microphone, please?
Good morning. Good to see you.
Great, we can definitely hear you. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Loudermilk. How are you?
The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. Before we begin today's hearing, I want to remind members of a few matters, including some required by the regulations accompanying House Resolution 965, which established the framework for remote committee proceedings. First, I would ask all members on the WebTech platform to keep themselves muted when they are not being recognized. This will minimize disturbances while members are asking questions of our witnesses. Members on the WebTech platform are responsible for muting and unmuting themselves. The staff have been instructed not to mute members except where a member is not being recognized and there is inadvertent background noise. Members on the WebTech platform are reminded that they may only attend one remote hearing at a time. So if you are participating today, please remain with us during the hearing. Members should try to avoid coming in and out of the meeting, particularly during the question period. If during the hearing, members wish to be recognized, the chair recommends that members identify themselves by name so as to facilitate the chair's recognition. I would also ask that members be patient as the chair proceeds, given the nature of the online platform the committee is using. In addition, the chair informs the members participating in person that in enforcing order and decorum in the hearing room, the chair has a duty to protect the safety of the members. The attending physician provided the following guidelines. For U.S. House of Representatives meetings in a limited enclosed space, such as a committee hearing room, for greater than 15 minutes, face coverings are required. Accordingly, the chair will treat wearing masks as a matter of order and decorum, and all members should wear masks. The chair has a strong preference for members to wear a mask even while recognized. Members who do not wish to wear a mask may participate virtually through the WebTech platform. This hearing is entitled the HEROES Act, providing for a strong economic recovery from COVID-19. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to give an opening statement. 60 days ago, the House passed the HEROES Act to provide the relief to families that is so badly needed in the midst of this ongoing pandemic crisis. Since that time, the pandemic has continued to surge. More than 140,000 Americans have lost their lives to COVID-19, and there have been more than 3.8 million cases across the country. Tens of thousands of new cases are emerging every day. Hospitals in the red zone are again facing shortages of personal protective equipment, and wait times for both tests and test results are unacceptable. The administration is squandering the authorities of the Defense Production Act, that is DPA, and has left nearly $700 million on the table that could be used to boost production of critically needed medical supplies and equipment. The HEROES Act bolsters the DPA to address these shortages, enhances its ability to navigate the conflicting needs of different states, and provides better transparency and planning to ensure the needs of the American people are met. We need these changes now. In addition, federal, state, and local eviction and foreclosure bans are expiring as 36% of renters are unable to fully pay their July rent. At the end of June, 4.2 million homeowners had entered into forbearance. And to make matters worse, on July 25th, the expanded unemployment insurance benefits end even though 47% of all renters are unemployed. The HEROES Act would, among other things, provide $100 billion for renters and $75 billion for homeowners to keep families housed during the pandemic. Small businesses have also been hit hard. More than 3 million small businesses closed between February and April, and Black-owned businesses were hardest hit, declining 41%. This committee has worked hard to ensure that all lending institutions, including minority depository institutions and community development financial institutions, can access federal lending programs like the Paycheck Protection Program, that is the PPP. Importantly, the HEROES Act extends the PPP through December and includes carve-outs to ensure the smallest businesses receive funding, provides $1 billion to the CDFI fund, and expands the Fed's Main Street lending program to provide a lifeline during the crisis. So despite the vast ongoing harm to families and small businesses across the nation and the urgent need for relief, the Senate has done nothing to advance the HEROES Act or any other significant coronavirus response legislation. When asked by a reporter this week if a coronavirus bill would pass by the end of the month, Mitch McConnell reportedly laughed and said, "No, we're at the precipice of vast economic harm and possibly the end of Black-owned businesses as we know it. There's nothing funny about any of this. The HEROES Act provides critical relief and protections for all renters, homeowners, people experiencing homelessness, consumers, students, small businesses, minority-owned businesses, and nonprofits, community financial institutions, and state, territory, tribal, and local governments. Colleagues, we must not repeat the mistakes of the past. The 2008 financial crisis resulted in millions of families losing their homes through no fault of their own, and minority communities which had been targeted with predatory mortgages bearing the brunt. Big banks got bailouts, but Main Street did not, and minority communities still have not recovered from the enormous loss of wealth. Now, during this crisis, the stock market has mostly recovered from its early pandemic losses, largely because the Fed has pumped in trillions of dollars. But families are again suffering through no fault of their own. We must not leave them behind. I now recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank our witnesses for taking the time to participate today. Look, there's no way to sugarcoat this, and so I'll just say it at the top here. This hearing is a waste of time. People are losing their jobs, people are worried about keeping their homes, and in less than 48 hours, many Americans are facing a fiscal cliff as their benefits come to an end. Remember this day. This is the day in the middle of a crisis, as we speed toward another disaster of this fiscal cliff. House Democrats chose to have a hearing on a bill that passed over 2 months ago. So we're having a legislative hearing about a bill that's already passed the House with all Republicans dissenting and some Democrats dissenting from that bad bill. But don't take my word for it. Let's use the words of many Democrats, some from this very committee, that have called this a dead-end partisan stunt. In their words, not mine, they say, it's not a good look in a time of national crisis to act in this strictly partisan way. Many of them voted against this bill about this hearing today as a political waste. They called it a political waste, another member of this committee. And still another called it a partisan deadlock measure, a partisan dead-end measure loaded with political wish list items unrelated to the public health and economic crisis facing the country. Those are 3 members of this committee, and this is the hearing we're having today about a bill that they voted against 2.5 months ago. So again, those are the words of my friends on the other side of the aisle, and I wholeheartedly agree with that concept that they've laid out. Americans don't want gamesmanship. They don't want petty partisanship. They want action, and they want results. And every time we waste time, every moment we waste on sideshows like this. First time we've been back in our hearing room for a full committee hearing, and yet we're doing this. So we've experienced more as a nation in the last 4 months than many have experienced in a lifetime. The global health pandemic continues to wreak havoc in our communities. We know that 18 million Americans are unemployed today. More than 30 million continue to receive worker assistance. Our schools are closed. Parents are struggling. Our hospitals are challenged. And at the beginning of this crisis, we came together, we passed a bipartisan bill called the CARES Act. It was the right response at the right time. My view is simple. Let's do that again with the added benefit of real data and facts to guide us in the decision-making process and for the policy outcomes the American people need and deserve. For many workers, the enhanced unemployment benefits package equals 150 to 200% of their usual earnings. As cash-strapped small businesses are struggling to survive, they cannot compete with worker assistance to that very high level. We can't lose sight of the fact that if businesses don't survive, there'll be no jobs for workers to come back to. And so, why is that? How should we use that bit of data to drive our decision-making for the next stimulus package? Perhaps we should have a hearing about that. In my opinion, it shows that American people want to get back to work. They want to be a part of our nation's recovery. And we need to know how we can help effectuate that. We need to focus on building better technology, driving innovation, job training programs to ensure a strong and successful recovery. We will need to support new ideas, cutting-edge research, and entrepreneurship. So having a hearing about a bill that passed the House 2.5 months ago, not the right approach. But the point is this: why not spend our time, that little time that we have together, asking the types of questions and seeking the solutions that American people want and need? So I ask my House Democrat friends, is it worth it to continue pushing for things you know you will never get done and delay passage of what is more reasonable policy, knowing that by delaying and doing stunts like today, it's just another minute, another hour, another day wasted not serving the American people? Come Sunday morning, many Americans and American families will be in dire straits. They're worried, they're concerned. And so let me end where I began. I began in this Congress. Committee Republicans stand ready to work across the aisle to protect employees, small businesses, families, and communities. Now more than ever, we have to get on the work of hard compromises that are necessary to get our nation back on track. Again, I want to thank the witnesses for their participation and for members for adhering to social distancing norms and participating however they can in these discussions. I yield back.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank all of our members who are participating today. Working on behalf of the people with this pandemic is not a waste of time, and I reject that notion. With that, I want to welcome our distinguished panel of witnesses.
Madam Chair, this is Ed Perlmutter. Can I make a parliamentary inquiry? My question is, and maybe it's my laptop or maybe I missed instructions, but I can hear you, Madam Chair. I can hear Mr. McHenry very clearly, but I don't see you. And maybe it's me, but did I miss something?
Yeah. I'm just going to look at our witnesses now. I want to welcome our distinguished panel of witnesses. The Honorable Sean Donovan, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, as well as the former Director of the Office of Management and Budget. The Honorable Robert Reich, who is currently a Carmel P. Frierson's Professor of Public Policy at the Goldman School of Public Policy, University of California, Berkeley, and previously served as the Secretary of the Department of Labor, and Mr. John W. Rogers, Jr., who is Chairman, Co-CEO, and Chief Investment Officer at Arrow Investments. And finally, Professor Stephen Davis, who is a labor economist and is currently the William H. Abbott Professor of International Business and Economics at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. Each of you will have 5 minutes to summarize your testimony. When you have 1 minute remaining, a yellow light will appear on the timer display. At that time, I would ask you to wrap up your testimony so we can be respectful of the other witnesses and the committee's members' time. Mr. Donovan, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony. Please unmute.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, thank you for the invitation to testify before you and your committee. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the desperate need for further help among families and communities hit hard by COVID-19. While I will focus primarily on housing, I will also discuss other critical needs given the depth and breadth of the crisis. During my career of public service as Housing Commissioner in New York City and Housing Secretary and Budget Director for President Obama, I've helped families and communities recover after 9/11, the housing crisis and Great Recession, Hurricanes Sandy and Katrina, outbreaks of Ebola and Zika, and numerous other natural and man-made disasters. No matter their differences, these disasters share an unfortunate characteristic. Those who were the most vulnerable before the crisis were hurt the hardest by the crisis itself. And as we've seen in tragic terms, people of color, seniors, people with disabilities, and other groups are disproportionately likely to get sick or die during the COVID-19 crisis and to suffer from the economic harm it inflicts. Given this reality, it's critical that Congress provide not only direct financial assistance to a broad group of families and small businesses, but also housing and other assistance that is targeted to the most vulnerable to help them recover from the damage. What's more, this damage compounds historical racism rooted in unequal housing and neighborhoods. Government-sponsored discrimination and segregation contributed to the wide disparities in housing quality, wealth creation, and neighborhood opportunity between Black and white households. So it is only right that housing assistance must be a part of the remedy for the unequal impact of COVID-19. It remains deeply unjust that in America, we can predict a child's health, wealth, and other life chances based on the zip code she is born in. I urge Congress to use this moment of crisis to invest in housing assistance and other tools that can begin to remedy this injustice and build a fairer, more inclusive nation. Before the pandemic, almost 600,000 people experienced homelessness on any given night, and almost 11 million people paid more than 50% of their income on rent. The current crisis is showing unmistakable signs of deepening America's homelessness and housing crisis. Low-wage workers have been particularly hard hit by COVID-19, as many of the job losses are heavily concentrated in industries that pay low average wages. Many of these workers were struggling with high housing costs and low incomes before the crisis hit, and now have little or no financial cushion to fall back on. We must provide assistance for families and the millions of children that live in households that are behind on rent, forcing terrible choices between buying enough to eat, medicine to stay healthy, and other necessities, or paying the rent or mortgage to avoid eviction and even homelessness. We must remember that because COVID-19 remains a growing threat across so much of the nation, providing adequate resources to these low-income families will not only protect them, but also protect public health by ensuring that they do not return to workplaces prematurely and contribute to the spread of the virus. It is also critical to recognize that early evidence suggests that relief measures included in the Families First Act and the CARES Act are working. These included expanded unemployment benefits, direct stimulus payments, increased food assistance, and an eviction moratorium for most federally subsidized properties, which have helped families pay their bills. In my written testimony, I cite examples from the Harvard economist Raj Chetty and from the Urban Institute that clearly demonstrate this assistance has had a powerful effect on helping low-income families. So let me turn to what Congress should do next. While the resources provided in the Family First and CARES Act are working, Congress did not anticipate that the health and economic crisis would last as long as is now projected. In fact, as you know, many key provisions are set to expire in the coming days and must be extended or enhanced. We also know that from past recessions, even if the health pandemic ends in 2021, economic recovery will be slow, and housing costs are typically a low-income family's largest expense, and people already experiencing homelessness need additional help. To ensure a strong, comprehensive response to COVID-19, Congress should help communities provide a combination of rental assistance options that help address short and long-term needs. This multi-pronged approach is needed to prevent evictions and other hardship among renters during the pandemic. In particular, the federal response should target resources to three populations: those currently experiencing homelessness those at risk of homelessness, and those households that will need longer-term help to remain housed. The HEROES Act provides an excellent roadmap for this package, and I congratulate you, Chairwoman Waters, for your leadership on this critical legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donovan.
Thank you. Finally, I would also just add that I have additional provisions beyond housing included in my written testimony that I believe are critical.
Thank you.
Thank you for
very
your,
much. We do appreciate
Chairwoman
your
Waters.
appearance here, Mr. Donovan. Secretary Rice, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, and also Ranking Member McHenry and other members of the committee. I don't think that I have to emphasize to any of you the seriousness of the dual crises that are now facing the United States. Not only the worst public health crisis in more than a century, but also the worst economic crisis emerging from that public health crisis in more than 70 years. And all of the rhetoric about this cannot substitute for the fact that we're talking about real people, not just hundreds of thousands of Americans, but in terms of the numbers affected, we're talking about millions of Americans. I want to just stress three particular issues that I have been focusing on in terms of my background and expertise. One is the issue of the COVID-19 response. The first and most pressing task is to contain COVID-19. Its catastrophic rates of sickness and death, as well as tragic economic consequences, require the boldest remedies the country is capable of mustering. There will be no, and I want to emphasize this, there will be no economic recovery until the virus is contained. Other nations, among them Germany, South Korea, Italy, have contained the pandemic with comprehensive testing, contact tracing, isolation of those who test positive. The HEROES Act provides $75 billion for these measures, in addition to free access to coronavirus treatment and support for hospitals and other providers. This is the least that is needed and continues to be needed. Number two, the second most urgent task is to help people survive economically until the virus is contained. Now, more than 1.4 million workers filed new claims for state unemployment insurance benefits last week, the first increase in almost 3 months. In addition, 975,000 new claims from freelancers and part-timers, others who don't qualify for regular state unemployment insurance benefits. What you draw from this is that their pain is very, very broad, and that the economic crisis is not going away. In fact, if anything, the evidence shows that the economy is, to a large degree, worsening. Expanded unemployment benefits are set to expire in 8 days, leaving at least 21 million Americans with 60% income reduction, because they would have to fall back on state unemployment insurance without the extra federal benefit, and millions more will be out in the cold entirely. I want to also emphasize something that Secretary Donovan emphasized, and that is that 32% of Americans have missed their July housing payments. This is both rent payments, but also you've got a lot of Americans, more than a third by the data I have, that have also missed their mortgage payments. So the degree of the housing crisis is extraordinary. 5.4 million Americans have lost their employee-provided health benefits between February and May. We don't have good data beyond May, but we know that that is also part of the crisis. The $600 per week payments contained in the HEROES Act should be continued at least through the end of the year, and they are absolutely critical. I'm happy to answer questions. I know that there are some policymakers and some members who are concerned that these payments have discouraged people from seeking jobs, and that is very highly unlikely given the few jobs that are available, and also given the size of the economic collapse. A little bit of extra money in people's pockets is good for the economy because people turn around and spend that money. And that additional spending power has been critical for keeping the economy, those portions of the economy that are functioning, continue to function. And we shouldn't tamper with something that seems to be working. And that those extra $600 payments should be continued through at least through the end of the year. And finally, I want to emphasize state and local finances. The state and local governments are soon to be hit with massive shortfalls. They're estimated to be at least $555 billion over the next 3 state fiscal years. And without substantial federal aid, those shortfalls are likely to require very deep spending cuts and layoffs of people who are most responsible for the health and education of people imperiled by this pandemic. The HEROES Act provides nearly $1 trillion to state and local governments, which is minimally adequate. And so, again, I want to congratulate the chairwoman, the members of the committee who have put this extraordinarily important bill before the public and
Thank you
urge
very
you
much,
to-
Secretary Rice. Your time has expired. Thank you so very much. Mr. Rogers, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and members of the committee and staff, thank you for inviting me. It was my honor to testify before the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion 1 year ago, and I want to thank Chair Beatty for her leadership. I am here today with one core message: Black wealth and Black businesses matter. As a proud great-grandson of J.B. Stratford, a pioneering entrepreneur who owned the Stratford Hotel in Tulsa, Oklahoma, this is personal. His hotel was torched during the 1921 Tulsa race riots, and the opportunity to pass down wealth through generations, like many white families, went up in smoke. Imagine what the Greenwood section of Tulsa, known as Black Wall Street, would be like today. Think about the billions of unrealized Black wealth wiped out by angry mobs more than a century ago in Wilmington or Memphis, the site of the People's Grocery. Add the weight of Jim Crow, redlining, and racism, and the cause of economic inequality is clear. Few realize that the wealth gap between blacks and whites has widened since segregation was legally outlawed. Dean Kerwin Charles at Yale Business School found that while the gap shrunk between 1940 and 1970, it is now wider than in 1950. If you look at the revenue of the 353 largest privately held companies in Chicago, Crain's reports that there are no Black companies in the top 150. Ariel is number 351. The pandemic has made these disparities worse. According to research by Robert Fairley, the number of Black businesses sank by 41% between February and April, more than double the 17% decline of white businesses. Most of these are low-margin, service sector areas that survive on foot traffic. They're also far less likely to have significant savings or quick access to capital to stay afloat. Therefore, it is not a surprise that more than half of Black America is unemployed. These disparities are linked directly to the wealth gap. Now, the size, scale, and speed of the federal response was remarkable. I commend you all for acting quickly to try and prevent a Great Depression. However, systemic inequality has limited the impact of the recovery effort. Bloomberg News highlighted the discrepancies between PPP beneficiaries in Cleveland. Small businesses in a predominantly white zip code received 343 loans. Black-owned small businesses just a few miles away received only 83 loans. The HEROES Act includes many terrific ideas that, if enacted, will make a difference. Relief for state and local governments will ensure that first responders can continue to save lives. Helping people to stay in their homes and put food on the table will prevent a humanitarian catastrophe. Lastly, strengthening the PPP with specific benchmarks for CDFIs, MDIs, and SBA microlenders will limit the damage and pave the way towards a stronger recovery. As you continue to meet this unprecedented crisis, I would offer 3 themes that we developed at our Black Corporate Directors Conference. We call them the 3 Ps: people, purchasing, and philanthropy. We think that could help lead to real change and help shrink the opportunity gap. Many corporations have turned first to charitable contributions, but philanthropy will not solve generations of inequality. First, I would require that any company or nonprofit that receive funds through the CARES Act to disclose the diversity of their boards and racial breakdown of their people across all levels, including senior leadership positions. As my co-CEO Melody Hobson often says, math has no opinion, and what gets measured gets done. At Ariel, we can point to more than 45 occasions where we successfully convinced our portfolio companies to add a diverse director. As shareholders, we believe this enhances long-term performance. Second, I encourage you to press companies you oversee and the anchor institutions in your district to measure their purchasing with minority businesses by category and focus on high-margin professional services and technology fields where wealth, power, and jobs are created today. While access to capital is crucial, access to customers is also important. Finally, we must replace the obsolete term supplier diversity with business diversity and demand unconscious bias training. Dr. King once said that many white Americans of goodwill have deplored prejudice, but tolerated or ignored economic injustice. Today, the future of Black businesses are in doubt, and our nation cannot thrive without strong communities of color. That is why it's so vitally important that we all work together to support the HEROES Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Davis, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify today. More than 19 million Americans were laid off from their jobs in March and April. Despite recovering some lost ground since then, payroll employment in June is nearly 15 million below its February level. When it comes to economic relief and recovery policies to address this situation, it's useful to recognize some key facts about the recent performance of the U.S. labor market and its current condition. First, employers in aggregate hired nearly 5 workers for every 10 layoffs in March and April. This remarkable fact highlights the capacity of the U.S. labor market to respond in positive ways, even amidst the worst employment contraction since records began. Second, we must also face a hard truth. Many millions of the jobs lost during the pandemic recession are gone for good. 1/3 or more of the job losses from March to May are likely to be permanent in the sense that job losers won't return to their old jobs at their previous employers. This sobering observation underscores the critical need for new jobs. Third, the COVID shock caused huge shifts in consumer spending patterns, working arrangements, as we see today, and business practices. Many of these shifts will endure after the pandemic ends. They won't fully reverse. That will lead to more job losses, but also opportunities for new business development and new job creation. Fourth, jobs are more abundant than suggested by our extraordinarily high unemployment rate. According to recent survey evidence of households, jobs are about as hard to find now as they were in 2015, when the unemployment rate averaged only 5.5%. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the current job vacancy rate is now higher than during any month from 2002 to 2014. Policy should encourage the unemployed to take advantage of the job opportunities that we have and the ones that we can create in the months ahead. In this regard, it would be a major mistake for the federal government to continue supplementing unemployment benefit levels by $600 per week. Doing so would mean, according to the Congressional Budget Office, that roughly 5 out of every 6 recipients would receive benefits greater than they expect to earn from work. Common sense tells us that people will avoid work when they receive more income by not working. Even at replacement rates in the historical range of 40 to 50% of prior earnings, past research shows that unemployment benefits discourage job search by recipients. Now, some argue we should extend the $600 supplemental unemployment benefit to help boost the overall demand for goods and services. That argument rests on a false choice between extending the supplement and doing nothing. If the goal is to stimulate demand, and that's a worthy goal, Congress can do so in ways that do not destroy the financial incentive to work. If extended, the supplemental benefit payment will discourage a return to work and will slow the economic recovery from the COVID-19 shock. Now, I want to recognize and endorse another provision of the CARES Act, and that is to let gig workers, independent contractors, and other self-employed persons receive unemployment benefits when they lose their ability to earn a living through no fault of their own. These workers also have bills to pay and families to support. We also need policies that channel liquidity to cash-strapped businesses with good commercial prospects. Low-interest loans are a useful tool in this regard so that businesses can survive the cash flow crunch and ramp up operations as the pandemic recedes. Loans are better than grants for two reasons. First, they are less costly for taxpayers. Second, well-designed loan programs encourage viable businesses to sign up for assistance. In contrast, even businesses with dismal prospects want grants and bailouts. There's also a vital role for regulatory reforms that make it easier and less costly for promising businesses to tap private sources of financial capital so they can grow and create new jobs. Let me close on an upbeat note. Census Bureau data show that new business formation has recovered from its lows in March and April. In fact, new businesses are forming at a more rapid clip in the last few weeks than before the pandemic struck. These new companies want to create jobs and hire workers. They will do so if we choose our policies wisely. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Professor Davis. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. My question is directed to you, Mr. Donovan. As you know, Representative Heck and I have put forward a proposal included in the HEROES Act for $100 billion in emergency rental assistance to help renters who are struggling to afford their housing costs during the pandemic. As we are anticipating an eviction crisis like this country has never seen before, it seems that my friends on the opposite side of the aisle don't fully appreciate the magnitude of the situation because they believe the eviction moratorium and the provision of unemployment insurance are sufficient to address these needs. But the eviction moratorium was only a Band-Aid solution that is about to expire in a couple of days. And while 48% of renters reported they were unemployed, only 18% of renters have received unemployment insurance. There seems to be a misunderstanding that because red states tend to have lower cost rental markets, they do not need rental assistance as much as blue states. But the data shows that 8 out of the 10 states with the highest rates of people who can't pay rent live in red states. Let's be clear, if we don't act, evictions will have devastating consequences for all states. So Secretary Donovan, Federal Reserve Chair Powell said that one of the most important things that we can do is to have a strong economic recovery. To have that is to keep people in their homes. Can you help us understand why this emergency rental assistance is not a bipartisan issue and why it should be a top priority for the next pandemic relief package? Why is it so necessary to immediately provide this $100 billion to support renters? Mr. Donovan.
It's an excellent question. And first, I want to say you're absolutely right that while the moratorium on foreclosures and evictions has been a critical step, it covers federally assisted or insured properties. And that means that there are still enormous risks for displacement and eviction even before the moratorium expires. Second, what I would say is that we've learned through hard experience that both the human costs and the fiscal costs of evictions are deep. As we see families lose their homes, we see consequences for children's learnings, that they often miss school. We see disconnections from jobs and job search that makes it harder for families to go back to work. And particularly from long-term homelessness, we see an increase in the use of mental health services, prisons, emergency rooms, that not only mean that the human costs are terrible of evictions and homelessness, but in fact, the fiscal costs, often it's more expensive to let someone become homeless than it is to keep them stably housed. And so for all these reasons, it is critically important not just to extend the moratorium, but to provide the type of rental assistance and other supports that you've provided in the HEROES Act.
Thank you so very much. And you have just certainly identified why it is so urgent and why it is so important that we have this rental assistance. Do you also believe that if somehow renters are left to be evicted and they're on the street, that this will not only cause homelessness, but terrible chaos in this country? Mr. Donovan.
There is no question, as I started to say, the impacts on families and communities go much deeper than simply a loss of housing. As you well know, Chairwoman, housing is connected to opportunity in so many ways. When families end up homeless, the health of their children and the parents themselves is compromised. We've seen a spike in congregate facilities such as shelters and others that have compounded the effects of the virus. And in fact, FEMA itself is currently working with cities across the country to provide hotel rooms and other facilities that can safely house the homeless. This further compounds both the human damage and the economic damage that we see when we don't provide rental assistance. So it would be penny wise and pound foolish, both from a human perspective and from a cost perspective as a former federal budget director, to not provide this housing assistance in the coming package.
Thank you so very much. The gentleman from North Carolina, Ranking Member, Mr. McHenry, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters. And let me begin by asking unanimous consent to submit a record responding to your letter from 10 p.m. last night outlining and expressing disappointment in this hearing and my desire for us to work like we did on flood insurance, TRIA, and the Export-Import Bank reauthorizations. We can get bipartisan work done and not focus on just partisan wish lists that is part of the HEROES Act that are non-starters. So asking unanimous consent.
Without objection, such is the order.
So to the issue here of getting the economy going again. What we see in the HEROES Act is the largest spending bill ever passed by the United States Congress, either the House or the Senate. It is a massive spending bill that is a partisan wish list, according to one quote from one of my Democrat colleagues on the committee. The issue here is not that you create another government program to tell certain people they don't pay and then pay other people from federal funds and basically create two new government programs around one problem, which is people need jobs and they need the ability to work, and they need the ability to work safely. So Professor Davis, I want to start with you. You spent a lot of time and researched a great deal of the impact of the policies from the 2008-2009 financial crisis and what we learned from the labor markets as a result of those government policies. Can you speak to the challenges specifically of new programs like this enhanced unemployment insurance federal payment and how that actually hurts people returning to work and the experience you've seen and the history you've seen with programs such as that?
Thank you, Ranking Member McHenry. With regard to my research into what happened during the 2008-2009 financial crisis, one key observation that comes out of my work and work by many others is how badly new and young businesses were hurt by both the financial crisis and the housing market crisis. New businesses, not surprisingly, are an important source of new jobs. We lost an important share of the cohort of new businesses during that time period. And I think that accounts for, in part, why the employment recovery from the recession in 2008, 2009 was quite sluggish for several years. Now, the lesson for today is the following. We want to ensure that the new businesses that are yet to be created, the young businesses we have on now, can take advantage of the new business development and job creation opportunities that are created by these shifts in consumer spending patterns and business practices and working arrangements that I described earlier. And here as well, it's quite important that we make it easy for promising new and young businesses to attract capital by making it easier, for example, to use crowd funding sources of equity investment, but also to ensure that programs like the lending programs that were supported in the CARES Act are also available to young businesses. So there's a great deal we can do to support the environment for business development, which will lead to new jobs and will help alleviate the unemployment problems we face now. Thank you.
So what are the components of good policy to get a more robust economic recovery? The discussion right now is how we make payments to people. What is the policy in order to speed the economic recovery so there's less federal intervention, state intervention, intervening to keep people making ends meet? What are the aggressive policies we need to actually get people back to work and get the economy going again?
So today's hearing is focused on economic relief and recovery, but it is worth reiterating that the single most important thing we can do to jumpstart the economy is to develop and deploy a safe, effective vaccine. Short of that, and here I'll register a note of agreement with Secretary Reich. All right, we do want to do what we can to control the pandemic, because that will bring back employment opportunities without the need for additional government spending and new programs. So those things are critical. Beyond that, we want to make it easy and attractive for businesses to create new jobs. One important issue in this regard, which I did not get a chance to touch upon in my testimony, is we need to make it clear to businesses, what do you need to do under the law to provide a safe working environment for your employees so that you can meet those regulatory requirements. And if you meet those regulatory requirements, you will be protected from litigation risk down the road. Uncertainty is a inhibitor of investment, of new job creation. Some forms of uncertainty are outside the economic realm, the virus itself. Other forms of uncertainty, however, flow from the regulatory environment in which businesses operate.
Thank you very much, Professor. Your time has expired.
Thank
The
you.
gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Donovan, it is good to see you again, and I would like to ask you about the eviction moratorium. The HEROES Act would extend the eviction moratorium to all renters through March 2021. But even though renters would be protected from eviction under the HEROES Act, if they fail to pay their rent during the moratorium, they can still be punished for that after the moratorium. In other words, if a renter doesn't pay rent for a couple of months this year, then as soon as the moratorium expires, they can still be evicted. Both the CARES Act and the HEROES Act provided more relief for homeowners. They get protected from foreclosures, and they get the option of forbearance on their mortgage payments. Renters, on the other hand, don't get the equivalent of forbearance on their rental payments. Secretary Donovan, do you believe this inequity between homeowners and renters should be remedied?
It's wonderful to see you again, Congresswoman.
Good to see you
and
again,
thank you
too.
for the question. So absolutely, I think it's critical, and it's critical in a number of ways. First, to extend the moratorium is an enormously important step. As you said, it was contained in the HEROES Act, and we should certainly encourage your colleagues across the aisle to do that in the package that is currently being debated. Second, your point exactly highlights why we need to go beyond the moratorium and look at the types of rental assistance, eviction prevention, and other supports, especially housing vouchers that are contained in the HEROES Act. Those are critical steps. Finally, what I would say is that we have seen that investments in both housing counseling as well as investments in legal aid and other protections for renters can be enormously important in avoiding the kind of targeting or unfair and illegal practices that you point out in your question. That is something both that the federal government can do through investments in HUD's programs. It's also something that state and local governments should be doing to ensure that renters who are unjustly targeted as a result of this crisis can get assistance.
Thank you, and I really want to thank the ranking member for his statement in support of how we've worked together on TRIA and other areas so productively. And I believe that keeping renters, for the reasons the Secretary pointed out, in their homes and not evicted into homelessness and more turmoil, as the chairlady pointed out, is something we could also work together, supporting the chairwoman's work to extend the moratorium and rental protection in the package we're working on now. But Professor Reich, it's very good to see you again. And the HEROES Act was a bold, comprehensive bill that would have helped contain the virus, boosted our economy, and provided much relief to our states and local governments. The fact that the Senate didn't even debate the HEROES Act was legislative malpractice. And I want to focus on one provision that is often overlooked, and that is funding the Postal Service. And I just want to ask you, what would happen if we didn't pass the $25 billion in emergency funding that the Postal Service says that they need in order to continue working during this pandemic? And it's very important to me as the chair of the Oversight Committee. I think during this pandemic, we saw that everyone was in their homes. They depended on packages. The elderly particularly could not even go to drugstores without putting their health at risk. So having medications delivered, businesses conducted their business through the mail. What kind of disruption and economic fallout would come from letting the Postal Service collapse? Would that hinder our economic recovery? Who would be harmed the most? Very good to see you again, Professor Reich.
Well, Congresswoman, it's great to see you. In terms of the Postal Service, here's what we know. It is a very critical part of our economic infrastructure, particularly with regard to populations that don't easily have access to the kinds of commercial establishments that many other people do. Rural populations depend on the Postal Service specifically. And the Postal Service also, in the time of pandemic, is critically important as a vehicle, as you pointed out, for people to get the kinds of packages, the drugs, pharmaceuticals, and other things that they also need. And finally, let me emphasize that a lot of people in the upcoming election are going to have to be voting by mail if they are going to vote and if they're going to vote safely. And that vote by mail requires a postal service.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The purpose of this hearing today is to discuss Speaker Pelosi's legislation, H.R. 6800, the HEROES Act, a massive, almost 2,000-page bill that surprised not just conservatives, but even the most progressive Democrats. It would federalize local elections, give tax cuts to the rich, pour billions into universities that are already overcharging students, expand Obamacare while banning information about lower-cost health care insurance plans, and prevent the administration from securing our borders and protecting Americans from criminals who come into the country illegally. There are numerous provisions on marijuana, sprawling pension bailouts, and stimulus payments to illegal immigrants. It would make it harder for low-income Americans to get back on their feet after the crisis ends, and it would not include liability protections for employers, hospitals, schools, local and state governments. Companies across the country would go out of business and workers would lose their jobs. This bill would mean economic suicide. The legislation was sprung on Republicans and Democrats with barely any time to read through it and allowed for no bipartisan input. After we had all worked together in a bipartisan fashion and passed at least 4 previous COVID packages. It includes an outrageous number of provisions entirely unrelated to what we should be focused on here in Washington. The American people expect us to first and foremost tackle the coronavirus outbreak, promote first and foremost health and safety, and get Americans back to work and save jobs. Dr. Davis, along with Congressman Davis and Congressman Schrader, I introduced the Bipartisan Health Care Protection Act, which would provide premium assistance so people who lose their jobs can afford to keep their health insurance through COBRA without paying increased premiums. In contrast, the HEROES Act would hurt families by banning information about lower cost coverage options. Professor Davis, how can Congress work to help families continue to access health insurance? Does limiting information about lower cost coverage make sense to you, sir?
Thank you for that question, Member Wagner. No, it does not make sense to me for the reasons you've suggested. But I also want to underscore a very basic point that you also made reference to, which is many Americans, most Americans get their health insurance through their employer. And if we want to make that opportunity available to them under our current system of funding health insurance, then we need to get the economy going. We need to do the kinds of things that I talked about earlier to help businesses grow and to help create more jobs so that people will have health insurance through their employer.
You're right, Dr. Davis, which is why the PPP program was so successful, because the premise was to keep employees attached to their employers. One of my concerns with the HEROES Act is the unrestricted fund for states and local governments with no controls, 0 controls in place over how the money can be used. In addition, I know that many state and local jurisdictions, in fact, sadly, I'm very disappointed that a majority of the CARES money that was sent to St. Louis County has not even been distributed yet. Many of these local jurisdictions have yet, as I said, to distribute the money and give them that was given to them by the CARES Act. And I think we need to be very cautious about not appropriating additional funds in spaces where we haven't used up existing money. Professor Davis, what concerns do you have regarding the over $1 trillion in unrestricted aid to state and local governments in HEROES Act?
Thank you. I think the basic point that you're underscoring runs across many of the spending programs. If you try to spend too much money too fast without controls, much of the funds will be misallocated or misused. We've seen evidence of that in the PPP program, despite some successes. We've seen evidence of that in the reports of fraud in the unemployment insurance system. And I agree with you. We need to ensure that funds that are allocated to state and local governments are used as intended to deal with the pandemic crisis.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman and Ranking Member. Secretary Wright, as a result of the pandemic, New York State's economy will lose $243 billion over the course of the recovery, the equivalent of 14% of the state's GDP. More broadly, the CBO reported in June that state and local government spending fell by $350 billion, contributing to a 9% decline in national GDP. Without additional aid to state and local governments in the next package, do you believe we will continue to see a decline in national GDP, and how will this affect job growth across the broader economy?
The problems faced by state and local governments are very large, but they will become much, much larger once the state fiscal year begins. And we're already seeing in July a lot of state governments and local governments desperately struggling because tax revenues have dropped so dramatically. And those drops in tax revenues obviously are directly related to the pandemic. We are also seeing and have already seen dramatic cuts in spending by states, and those spending cuts are likely to increase also dramatically in terms of cuts in vital services. And I'm talking about health and education, Medicaid-related services, and so forth. This is no time for states to cut anything. In fact, it needs to be quite the opposite. The HEROES Act provides $1 trillion to states, and that, in my estimation, given the magnitude of the problems that we are facing, the economic problems and the human problems, that is absolutely necessary. States are not permitted by most state constitutions to run deficits, and therefore it has got to be the federal government that is backstopping states.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Rogers, as chair of the House Small Business Committee, I and Chairwoman Waters have been out front in ensuring Black, Latino, and women-owned small businesses and the institutions that serve them have equal access to the Paycheck Protection Program. Can you explain the importance of creating a set-aside of PPP funding for CDFIs, MDIs, like in HEROES, is critical to ensuring these small businesses survive and have a full recovery for all communities?
The historical discrimination that we face in this country and that I referenced during my testimony, we've not been able to create multi-generational wealth. And in fact, as you know, it's just getting worse and worse and worse because of the continuing discrimination that we face when we're trying to build our businesses. So it's more critical than ever that we get the kind of support that you suggest so that we can get the vital loans that we need during this crisis period to make sure that we can keep our businesses alive and growing and thriving. It's just only fair. It's just critical that we keep our businesses alive, because otherwise we're on the precipice here where we're going to lose all the momentum and our Black and brown businesses will no longer be in existence.
Thank you. Secretary Donovan, even prior to the start of this pandemic, there were more than 2.8 million individuals and families on the national waiting list for a Section 8 voucher. Wouldn't you agree that even after the pandemic ends, we must increase funding for the Section 8 program in order to reduce the backlog?
Congresswoman, wonderful to see you, and thank you for the important question. You are absolutely right. We know that Section 8 vouchers are the single most effective tool to provide long-term rental assistance, and especially in this crisis where we know, as I said in my testimony, that the economic impacts will outlast the health crisis itself. There will be needs that are extensive for increased Section 8 assistance. and exactly for the reasons you said. Those needs were dramatic before the pandemic, and they've increased substantially. I would also just add one point in addition on the important question about state and local relief. In addition to the harm that we would see to school districts and laying off teachers and other critical employees, we also learned in the Great Recession that one of the most significant reasons that the recovery took longer than it should have was layoffs at the state and local government level. And it is important that we learn that lesson now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donovan. Your time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Dr. Davis, let's stop for a moment and think about where we are and look forward from this perspective. Could you outline the effectiveness of the Paycheck Protection Program for the perspectives of both the lenders and the borrowers?
Thank you for that question, Representative Lucas. Look, it's too early to have a confident assessment of how well the Paycheck Protection Program has worked. We certainly, as I indicated in my oral remarks, need government policies that channel liquidity support to businesses. But as I also indicated in my remarks, some of the jobs, some of the businesses will not survive the pandemic. So the challenge is to design a program that straddles these two objectives, these two goals, preserve viable businesses where we can, but recognize that not all businesses will survive, and the effort to keep all businesses alive will just be very costly to the taxpayers and ultimately fruitless. So in that respect, I would like to see the Paycheck Protection Program modified in its design in a way that is designed to help channel funds to businesses that have better commercial prospects going forward, and also new businesses that can create new jobs where those opportunities present themselves. In that respect, I am concerned about the forgivable loan provisions that are tied to employee retention. The sad fact that we must deal with is not all jobs will survive. So we need more effort on creating new jobs to replace the ones that we have lost.
Continuing to look forward from where we are at the present moment. PPP was designed for businesses with a maximum of 500 employees, yes, to be used for payroll and other specific expenses. The Fed's Main Street Lending Program covers businesses up to 15,000 employees and can be used for all expenses. So continuing, Dr. Davis, could you highlight some of the reasons that Main Street Lending Program hasn't been as attractive to borrowers as many of us anticipated?
Well, I think part of the answer is that the lending terms, as I understand them, are not all that attractive. These are companies that often have alternative sources of financing anyway. So there may be some role for government support for lower interest rates to make these loans more attractive to businesses that need them. Also, it has to be made attractive to banks to extend these loans. There are costs, obviously, in the underwriting process, in the process of processing and monitoring loans. So it has to be made attractive to banks if the Main Street Lending Program is to take off in a big way.
One last thought, Dr. Davis. Many of the business people in Oklahoma are making the point to me that as states eventually get to that point where they can reopen, there is a need for liability protection to help facilitate that reopening. Do you believe some form of liability protection is necessary as businesses try to safely and, of course, responsibly open up their doors when that opportunity avails itself?
Yes, I do. It's essential that businesses understand what is required under the law in order to protect their employees so that they can reopen, hopefully expand their businesses without running afoul of litigation risks that they had no way of foreseeing when they were making their decisions. That is vital.
With that, Madam Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who who is also the chair for the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I want to commend you for having this hearing. It is the best possible use of the committee's time to review the various provisions that may be included in a COVID crisis relief bill passed by this Congress in the next few weeks. It is generally agreed that Congress should pass a $1 trillion or multi-trillion-dollar bill. That means it will be one of the most important pieces of legislation any of us vote on. Democrats have put forward a bill clear back in May, the HEROES Act. Republicans have yet to put forward a bill, but everybody agrees we need a bill. The ranking member claims that it is a waste of time to have this hearing because the HEROES Act will not become law without some change, that the Senate will not accept every provision. By that measure, almost every hearing of significance is a waste of time, since every major piece of legislation has some of its provisions changed as it goes through the legislative process. As the COVID crisis bill moves forward, all those involved in drafting the final bill will benefit from the record we create in this hearing, where we hear from expert witnesses, where we see which provisions will work best. There is no better use of our time. But the ranking member chooses to condemn this hearing. I hope that most members will use this hearing to explore the various possible provisions, to elicit testimony that will guide Senate and House, Democrat and Republican, in drafting the final product. One thing that needs to be in the final product is money for research to defeat the disease. Congress has provided significant money for vaccine and testing, but virtually nothing to do general research as to how the disease operates. For example, one of our colleagues across the way is wearing a shield, the rest of us are wearing a mask, and the federal government hasn't funded any research to determine whether the shield or the mask is better. And we've spent virtually nothing on developing therapeutics, even though the president said yesterday he wants therapeutics even more than he wants a vaccine. So I would hope that rather than condemn these hearings, we would use these hearings to illustrate some of the provisions that should be in the next bill, including the $5 billion provided in the HEROES Act to develop therapeutics and to do research into the nature of the disease. With that, Mr. Rogers, small businesses need capital. They're desperate. The federal government will do a lot. The federal government won't do everything that's necessary. The credit unions are available to make business loans, but they are limited to making business loans equal to only 12.25% of their capital. Would it be helpful, so long as it's done in a manner not to undermine the credit soundness of credit unions, would it be helpful if credit unions who are there on the ground dealing with the smallest businesses were allowed to make additional business loans, at least for the next year, given the COVID crisis? Mr. Rogers?
Yes, I do think that would be a terrific suggestion. The more opportunities we have and the more places we have to get vitally needed capital, I think is really, really, really important. And the only thing I would say, I just don't want people to forget, it's also important that our anchor institutions in our communities do business with local minority businesses, because as we get this capital, we still have to be able to grow our companies, and we have to have customers to do that.
Absolutely. I want to point out that one thing we have to address in this bill is the fact that state and local governments have seen a tremendous decline in their revenue. And if we don't adopt the HEROES Act provisions that backfill that revenue, we are in effect voting to defund what state and local governments do. And so those who voted against the HEROES Act once have already voted to defund our schools, to defund our firefighters, and although they wouldn't agree with the slogan or the phrase, to defund our police. I want to pick up on what Ms. Maloney said about the importance of helping people make their rental payments and not right after the COVID crisis having a huge bill to pay, and point out that there are ways to have to provide aid to those whose income exceeds the limits in the HEROES Act, who also will have difficulty, and I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. We've been having a few technical issues here today.
It appears we're having difficulty there. We'll go on to the next person who's ready, and we will come back to you, Mr. Posey. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to associate myself with the remarks of the ranking member with regards to this hearing. Again, this is kind of a back to the future moment here. We're talking about a bill that has already passed the House. It is a socialist wish list, as indicated by one of the members on the other side of the aisle, and to refute or to also put a few words in here with regards to my good friend from California. We'd be glad to be a participant in the process, but we've been ignored through this process. These are partisan bills that have gone without any input from us. This committee continues to go down that track versus try and find ways to be bipartisan to find solutions. That's the concern that we have. With regards to this bill itself, just a comment, the HEROES Act would suppress credit reporting information. That's an issue we haven't talked about yet today. And to make credit reports obsolete. I may sound like a broken record because I've repeatedly talked about this multiple times in this committee, but lenders depend on accurate credit reporting to determine the creditworthiness of borrowers. As someone who has sat across the table from consumers and made loans, I can tell you that if lenders are no longer able to depend on credit reports, they will be forced to increase rates to account for additional risk in their loans. This will only lead to decreased access for credit and additional risk, and specifically decreased access to credit for low-income borrowers. It's disappointing that the majority continues to push this narrative that is harmful to consumers when the CARES Act already protects borrowers from negative credit reporting resulting from loan accommodations, and the federal financial regulators encourage lenders to work with borrowers during the pandemic in a prudent manner. Now, with regards to unemployment insurance, since we've talked about this quite a bit today, and I know a number of our witnesses have already talked about it as well. Let me just, this morning I went and put together a list of things here. The CBO says that extending these unemployment benefits would mean 5 out of 6 recipients would receive benefits exceeding their weekly earnings and would lower economic output and employment in 2021. The Bipartisan Policy Center, it says evidence is increasing that the additional $600 per week serves as a disincentive for some people to return to work, and it inhibits an economic rebound. University of Chicago researchers said that 20% of unemployed workers will receive benefits at least twice as large as their last earnings. The Democrat governor of Connecticut said $600 unemployment benefit was not needed as it discouraged work. And the NFIB, the leading small business organization, said that 1 in 5 businesses can't hire because of those UI benefits. Even former Secretary Treasurer Geithner and former Obama economic advisor Jason Furman said, extending the benefit does not make sense now. Mr. Davis, you already stated that you believe that the benefit doesn't need to be extended and that we have abundant jobs, more than we realize. How do we incentivize people to go look for these jobs, to take these jobs, so that we can get people back to work? I don't think we can get our economy back to work by paying people not to work. So can you give me an idea of what you think would be a good way to incentivize people to do this?
Yes, thank you, Representative Lukemeyer. It's it's pretty basic, and I appreciate the studies you cited. I'm familiar with most of them. I agree with the conclusions you cited, but it's a matter of common sense. If you pay people more not to work than to work, many of them, probably most of them, will choose not to work. It's as simple as that. So yes, we need unemployment insurance benefit payments. I'm a big supporter of the unemployment insurance system. I hope that's clear in my remarks. but we don't want to make unemployment benefits so generous that people don't want to go back to work even when jobs are available. I'd like to make one other point. There's a rather distressing irony in the way the unemployment insurance system has functioned in recent months. As we've stressed, many workers or many unemployed persons are getting paid more now when they're not working than when they were working. At the same time, the volume of unemployment benefits claims has exceeded the capacity of the system to process it. So we have many Americans who are entitled to unemployment benefits who are getting nothing, or they're getting their benefits weeks and months late. That kind of dysfunction in the unemployment insurance system undermines the legitimate goals we are trying to achieve. And it illustrates the risk of trying to spend too much money too quickly without safeguards to see that the system can actually accommodate those funds and do so as the policymakers intend.
I see my time's expired. I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your comments, Dr. Davis.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, who is the chair for the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm especially grateful that you've called this hearing. Just a brief comment about evictions. I was once the judge of a court that dealt with forcible entry and detainers, which is another way of saying evictions. And literally, the law in Texas is that a person who is being evicted will have 5 days to move, 5 days. My fear is that in Texas, the law, if applied as written, will create a circumstance of homelessness unlike we have seen in the state in my lifetime. Let me move now to the public sector employees. I have an indication that as of July 20th, 2020, 1.5 million public sector employees have been laid off, and this is since March. And state governments are projected to face budget shortfalls of approximately $615 billion over the next year. I know for a fact that tax collections in Houston are down. I know that tourism is down. I have spoken to the mayor and I've spoken to persons associated with these industries. With this being the circumstance, Professor Reich, former Secretary of Labor, I believe you are in a great position to comment on the people who are being impacted. It's one thing for me to say 1.5 million public sector employees, but can you give us some sense of who these employees are and how their loss of jobs will impact the lives of the people that they serve? Professor Reich.
Congressman Green, we know something about these people. About half of the 1.5 million people who have been laid off by the states were school employees. We also know that about 20% of them were essential healthcare workers. We also know that about twice as many people from state and local governments were laid off between April and May as were furloughed or laid off in the entire Great Recession from state and local governments. So we're talking about very, very large numbers of people who are, many of them, we might call frontline workers in terms of this pandemic. They are critical to many services that our citizens rely on.
And Dr. Reich, if I may continue, maybe I've promoted you, but if I have, I think it's earned. Former Secretary and Professor Reich, these critical services that you've mentioned, many of these persons have families and they work notwithstanding the conditions that they have to tolerate. I'm concerned about their health also. And I'm concerned that they work and they don't get this hazard pay. We proposed hazard pay for persons who are working in these critical areas, essential workers. Your thoughts about their lives and how their lives can be impacted and how this can impact citizens around them with reference to the coronavirus?
Congressman, here's what we know about essential workers so far. We know that they have been exposed to a far greater degree to the virus and have succumbed to infection to a greater degree than people who are working remotely. We also know that they are by and large lower wage workers. We know that they are disproportionately people of color. We also know about these essential workers that when they do become infected, they do transmit to other people. They are very often centers of hotspots around the country. And finally, we know that we're not doing enough as a country to protect essential workers in terms of personal protective equipment, or even in terms of regulations, federal regulations. And I'm talking now primarily about the agency that I used to supervise, and that is the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. OSHA has not provided, either for essential workers in the private sector or the public sector, standardized, necessary, across the board, minimal safety and health requirements with regard to their employers. That is an absolute necessity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, am I wasting everybody's time? Because it sure feels like it today. I wish the majority was half as respectful to us as we treated them while we were in the majority. I guess I am reminded of a famous quote from a former colleague of this body. I didn't serve with him. But Rahm Emanuel famously said in 2008, quote, "You never want a serious crisis to go to waste." I mean, it's an opportunity to do things that you think you could not do before, end quote. Well, that's exactly what my friends on the other side of the aisle are doing today. And instead of working on bipartisan solutions to help jumpstart our economic recovery, they're doing a retread of a bill that's been passed 2 months ago. Now, this bill's loaded up with every pet project and pet policy that you could possibly think of from the left. But we should have been having this hearing 3 months ago in anticipation of passing a bill that was passed 2 months ago. So I guess maybe we're reliving Nancy Pelosi's 2010 famous quote, "We have to pass the bill so you can find out what's in it," close quote. I guess we're in that phase today. So let me give a dose of reality to the former Secretary of Labor as well. Part of those numbers that he's using and quoting about all of those state employees that are being laid off, here's what's happening in Michigan. The governor decided to furlough and lay off state employees, every state employee, 1 day a week. So they work 4 days a week. They collect unemployment for that 5th day. Oh, but by the way, that then qualifies them for the $600 per week kicker. So they're providing fewer services to the citizens of Michigan, yet collecting a larger paycheck. And not surprisingly, the private sector has followed their lead. Oh, by the way, the state employees automatically got put into the unemployment system, while yet today I have been receiving calls in my office begging for help how to get the state to get constituents of mine of the 2nd District into the unemployment system. Well, here's what we know. This would be the single most expensive bill in history, costing over $3 trillion, 3.4 as a matter of fact, and you thought the $2.2 trillion bipartisan bill was a lot of money. Hold on to your hats, folks. Of course, it's in addition to partisan policy objectives that have been long sought by the left, but the Senate's not going to take up this 1,800-page grab bag. So if the majority is going to waste time today, I'm going to talk about an actual HEROES Act. Here's a bipartisan Hazard pay idea, that was one of my colleagues that just brought that up. On April 3, I introduced HR 6433, the HEROES Act, helping emergency responders overcome emergency situations. That would support first responders and healthcare workers by creating a 4-month federal income tax holiday. It would continue to build, I'm going to continue to build bipartisan support for this measure because I believe it's reasonable, responsible, and a targeted way to recognize those individuals who are providing emergency services and life-saving care during the battle with COVID-19. And yes, it would go to everyone, not just a doctor or a nurse, but the people going in and cleaning the rooms, those caring for elderly parents. So I also want to talk about some bipartisan solutions that support job creators of all sizes, particularly our hard-hit small businesses. Here's just a partial list of bipartisan bills that we should be discussing and working to enact. H.R. 4860, crowdfunding amendments by the ranking member. H.R. 609, it's a Small Business Mergers and Acquisitions, Sales and Brokerage Simplification Act that I have. That is also bipartisan. By the way, it passed unanimously out of this body previously, and now is being the majority refuses to take it up. H.R. 1909, Helping Angels Lead Our Startups, HALOS. That is the chair, former chair and ranking member of the Small Business Committee. Eases regulations on angel investors. So when we're talking about trying to get this economy going. H.R. 2899, Main Street Growth Act, Representative Emmer. 3987, Alleviating Stress Test Burdens to Help Investors Act. On and on and on. I don't run out of time on that. So instead of holding hearings in an attempt to resurrect a partisan legislative bill that has no chance of going anywhere, we really ought to be focusing on how we are going to help our constituents and help this economy move ahead. One of my colleagues called this bold and comprehensive. Feels like more like a waste of time to me today, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on National Security, International Development, and Monetary Policy, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Davis, you know, I'm just wondering, you know, if you can give us some direction to some data that you might have that would confirm that people would not want to go back to work if they were getting $600 a week for 3 months.
Yes, thank you for that question. We have studies, and I cite 2 of them in my written testimony, that look at the impact of much less generous unemployment benefits, not during the crisis, but during earlier periods. And what we find, not surprisingly, is that there is some impact of those benefits and the benefit levels on people's willingness to search for jobs and to take jobs.
Well, if you can, I hate to interrupt you, but you know, we only have 5 minutes. And so you've answered part of the question, but wouldn't you think that you just decided to made a great argument for raising the minimum wage? I mean, if you're saying people are going to be delighted over $600 a week, and right now, if you make minimum wage, you get about $290 a week. Don't you think you just made a magnificent argument for increasing the minimum wage? Or are you saying that $290 is enough?
No, with respect, I don't think so, because we also have to think about the incentives on the employer side. And as we've heard from many anecdotal accounts, and again, as common sense tells us, if you make it more expensive to hire workers, then fewer workers will be hired. In addition, when workers are hired at wages that are above the market level, that will lead to higher costs for the goods and services that those businesses provide. And so that hurts consumers as well. The sad reality is we cannot legislate ourselves to a high wage economy. We have to instead.
There's no other way to do it. There's no other way to do it because corporate America is not going to do it. Dr. Wright, what do you think about the the issue with $290 a week. You know, I think I mean, I believe Dr. I don't want to misquote you. I think you're saying that that 600 is too much, and that 290 shouldn't be changed because it's going to be difficult to do it legislatively. You can't legislate that. I don't know how you raise the wage. It started out at 25 cents an hour during the Roosevelt administration, and so you see it has barely moved over that time dealing with the legislation. But Dr. Wright.
Yes, Congressman, the minimum wage is substantially lower, adjusted for inflation, today than it was, let's say, in 1968. If we simply maintain the minimum wage from what it was in 1968 till today, instead of it being a federal minimum wage of $7.25, the minimum wage would be well over $11 an hour. And the fact of the matter is that there are two functions, two purposes to providing, whether we're talking about a higher minimum wage or we're talking about higher unemployment insurance, whatever we're talking about with regard to subsidizing people or providing people a higher minimum threshold. One is to avoid human suffering. And we all agree that that's critical. If families cannot afford a roof over their heads or adequate food, they are going to be in great danger, and they already are in this pandemic. Let's be clear about it. The second very important role that a higher minimum wage and also a higher unemployment insurance provision provides is stimulating the economy, putting money in people's pockets so that they can turn around and buy. If they don't have enough money to turn around and buy stuff, then they're not going to be jobs for anybody else. Most of the studies show that ending the $600 a week unemployment benefit that was in the previous legislation and that is still and will be continued through the HEROES Act, though that is ended, there will be a substantial increase in unemployment.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that we're holding this hearing today. The pandemic has taken a terrible toll on many hardworking Americans. Today, I hope we can put our emphasis on them and the principle that emergency legislation ought to focus on the critical problems at hand, rather than be an excuse to unconscionably expand or create new programs, spend more money. The HEROES Act, this is the emphasis on hardworking people and the principle of responsible emergency legislation. The House majority pushed through this bill without a hearing, if you might remember. A number of years ago, I won approval for a rule to require that regular order include a requirement that all bills be available for 72 hours before we vote on them. But more often than not, we honor regular order more in breach than in practice. It's true of this novel approach to having a hearing on a bill that we've already passed. This is the new regular order. Legislative inquiry gives way to infomercial. No one is more grateful to our first responders, and honoring them as heroes is certainly appropriate. I think both sides of the aisle clearly agree on that. But this bill seems to violate enthusiastically the idea to never let a crisis go to waste. And the waste comes after the bill is passed, unfortunately. The overall HEROES Act would provide $1 trillion, that's 9 zeros, $1 trillion, for assistance to states and localities to help them through the impact of the crisis on both their revenues and costs. Do we really need another $5 billion in community development block grants over and above the $1 trillion targeted at COVID impacts in our annual appropriations for the CDBG grants? And any member can take that and run with it.
I can certainly address that, given that CDBG is a HUD program. What we've seen is that it acts similarly to the state and local grants that we've discussed earlier, but importantly, it has even greater flexibility to be used to be targeted for services that are particularly important during a crisis. There's a reason why CDBG has become a primary program for disaster response and recovery, and it is the single most flexible tool that mayors and governors have to be able to respond to many of the particular issues that we are seeing, whether it's around protective equipment or other issues that have emerged directly out of the crisis. So I think it is, obviously it's much smaller than the state and federal aid. I think it's an important complement in terms of being able to target specific issues that have emerged out of the pandemic.
I'm curious about the metrics and specific justification on such enormous numbers, like $1 trillion. Where did that come from? What are the metrics developed? $1 trillion expense, state and local governments.
I'm aware that the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities and other organizations have done extensive research to look at the likely losses of state and local revenue. And my understanding is that the HEROES Act looked very carefully at those projections and that scale is based on extensive research that shows a likely loss of revenue at that scale or even larger, given the continuing pandemic.
Yeah, I would even be, less concerned about it if it had been a number without just 9 zeros. I mean, it looks like a number that somebody pulled out of their ear, and I would really look forward to receiving some justification of how it was actually calculated, exactly where it's expected to go. That's amount essentially equivalent to a quarter of the revenue of the nation.
Again, my understanding is that it was based extensively on extensive research that's been done by the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities and numerous other organizations that show at least that large a loss. Again, Congressman, I would point to the fact that this was one of the major problems that extended the length of time it took for the economy to recover from the Great Recession, is that we did too little, not too much, for state and local governments, and that the layoffs and service reductions that we saw were a substantial reason why the Great Recession lasted longer than it needed to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donovan. Your time has expired. The chair wishes to inform members that votes have been called. We will continue our hearing, and members wishing to ask questions should return to the hearing room immediately after voting. Mr. Perlmutter, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sherman asked and made a number of statements that I concur with. I'd like to start with you, Professor Davis. Just do the math for me. Mr. Cleaver was going down this road. So if somebody's working 40 hours, $600 a week, what are we talking about in terms of an hourly wage that you consider to be generous?
Excuse me, thank you for the question. You asking me just what the hourly wage is? You want me to do the 600 divided by 40, or is you asking me?
Yeah, it's 15
an hour.
$15 an hour, and you used the word generous several times, and I just, generous is in the eyes of the beholder, and obviously, you may think it's counterproductive to some people getting back to work, but I had to absolutely agree with something you said, which was until we get a vaccine or until we get this virus under control and there's some certainty, we're not going to, the economy is going to be rocky. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. But let me also note that this $100 is even if you were only working 10 or 20 hours a week. So if you're working 20 hours a week, then the $600 works out to 30 hours per week. That illustrates a big problem with the $600 benefit. You can decide.
But let me stop you. As an economist, I think you would concur part of what we were trying to do in the CARES Act was to provide money into the economy so that there would be demand for goods and services once we came out of this pandemic. And so people could pay their rent or pay their mortgage or buy some goods. I mean, that clearly was something that was a premise for the initial packages. And so, I'd like to turn to Professor Reich, to Secretary Reich. I mean, really, what is it we're trying to do here? Because I think we're in some serious soup here. And the Republicans, Mr. Huizinga kept saying, well, he gave us different quotes. I mean, I feel like the Republicans are fiddling while Rome is burning because we've got trouble ahead of us. So, Professor, why don't you say whatever you want to say?
Well, Congressman, your metaphor is unfortunately appropriate. We have not seen an economic crisis of this magnitude, and let me emphasize this, since the Great Depression of the 1930s. This is much, much worse than the Great Recession that we went through that people remember. We have not seen a public health crisis of this magnitude since the pandemic of 1918. The numbers of Americans who are affected, seriously, negatively affected by what is going on, are simply huge. The two purposes of a $600 a week extra unemployment insurance are, number one, to prevent human suffering, and number two, to stimulate the economy so that people have extra money to spend, and so we don't lose more jobs. If we don't keep those two in mind, we're going to potentially make some terrible mistakes right now, particularly given the magnitude of the crisis in front of us.
Well, I thank you for that. And I, just listening to the whining and complaining of my Republican colleagues on this committee, and this is a rhetorical question, but it's like, why do the Republicans in this committee, in the House, in the Senate, want to bring chaos and hardship on America? They've had 2 months to address what we see coming at the end of this month, and they've done nothing. I mean, do you want a comment on that, Mr. Secretary? Or you want to leave it to a rhetorical question?
Well, I obviously can't explain the motives of anybody or any group of people, but let me just say this. The failure to act in a timely way, given this dual crisis, economic and public health crisis, the failure to act is causing unnecessary suffering and harm to millions of Americans. In 8 days, those extra unemployment benefits are disappearing. We know that there are about a third of Americans are behind on their rent or their mortgage payments. Congressman, this is not a small bore issue. A failure to act actually is subjecting large numbers of Americans to unnecessary suffering. The human costs are huge, and we must act.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr. Rice.
Mr. Secretary. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Stivers, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a member who has voted for every bipartisan response to the coronavirus and the economic devastation that resulted from an intentional shutdown of our economy to fight that virus, I was really disappointed in the HEROES Act because it was a partisan wish list of a bunch of things that are never going to become law. I'm going to use my time to ask about some things that I think could really help given where we are. Dr. Davis, I'm going to go through some things, and I'll even total up the cost, and we can talk about whether, as an economist, you think they would be helpful. Liability protections to allow responsible employers to reopen in an economy. I'm going to go through the whole list. Small business help, another round of PPP. In fact, I had a call with restaurant owners and others today You could do that for the $140 billion that's sitting there unused, plus, let's say, add another 20 or 200 billion. I think those businesses should certify that their revenues are at least 20% lower than the year before, therefore that qualifying that they actually need the money. Some type of help to state and local governments. By the way, we spent $150 billion in the CARES Act, most of which is unspent because it had strings on it that said that money had to be used for COVID-19 related expenses. If we would untie those strings and allow them to use it for lost revenues, we wouldn't have to add any extra money to it at first. We could see what that does to help them. We could, and that costs zero. We could do for less than $100 billion, the HEROES Act, the real HEROES Act that Bill Huizenga has, that gives help to frontline workers and treats them like I was treated when I was a soldier deployed on the front lines for our country during Operation Iraqi Freedom. In a combat zone, I paid no federal income tax. That's what his HEROES Act that I'm a co-sponsor of does. It's a bipartisan bill. Those essential frontline workers should be treated the same way our soldiers are treated. We could either do rental assistance or we could do the Aspen Institute approach, and I do want to ask you specifically, Dr. Davis, about the Aspen Institute approach that was authored by Timothy Geithner, among others, that says the $600 a week, this is a bunch of economists, creates dysfunction and distortion in the labor markets. They propose a $400 plus up, plus potentially a hiring bonus or tax credit. Another thing that I think should be in there is some type of spending on infrastructure, because our gas taxes have been down as people have been working from home. We could do $50 to $100 billion. So I'll add those up real quick. That'd be $200 billion new dollars in a new PPP program. Let's say up to $100 billion in roads and highway spending. Another $100 billion for up to $100 billion in reduced taxes as a result of the HEROES Act that gives those frontline workers no federal payroll tax. Let's say $100 billion in rental assistance. I do want to dig into that a minute. Or this Aspen Institute approach, which is pretty expensive, but at least doesn't distort markets. How would something like that address where we are and moving us forward, Dr. Davis?
Well, thank you for that question. That's a great list. And I don't have time to go through everything, but there is a central point running through that list that you gave us. There are many, many ways to stimulate the economy. Some of them, like the $600 supplement, discourage work, discourage job creation. Other ways to stimulate the economy and stimulate demand also have the advantage of encouraging job creation, encouraging work. It's clear to me that we want to go for the latter rather than the former. So let's not fall into this trap that the only way we have to stimulate the economy is to give people extra unemployment insurance benefits that removes the incentive to work. That is a self-defeating policy prescription. It is a recipe for a longer recession, a slower recovery path.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. I want to quickly ask about two more things if I have time. Have you read the report in Bloomberg today that says the CARES forbearance provisions could actually create $2 billion of losses in Freddie and Fannie risk transfers? Have you read those reports this morning?
I have not.
I would urge you to read them. I would urge everybody on the committee to read them. One last question on rental assistance. The CARES Act proposes $100 billion through HUD's emergency solutions grants, which last year were funded at $290 million and only has a staff of 40 people. How are they going to administer that, Dr. Davis?
It's a great point. And I made the earlier observation that our unemployment insurance system, which is much larger than the HUD system in terms of employees, it's across 50 states, it still had enormous difficulty detecting and deterring fraud and actually making sure that the benefits flow to the people who are entitled to them.
Thank
so
you.
we have to think not just about
Doctor,
what
your
we
time
like.
has expired. The
Thank you. I
gentleman
yield
from
back.
Illinois, Mr. Foster, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have to say, I agree with my colleagues that lost time due to debating things that will never, ever become law is actually not optimal. I'd also remind my Republican colleagues that in this very room, we spent months and years debating things like the PATH Act that were so embarrassingly extreme that not only were they not passed by the House, the Republicans wouldn't even bring them up for a vote in the House. And so that is an example of what I consider wasted time. The truth is that many provisions of the HEROES Act will become law. And in fact, in the 2 months where Republicans have not been proposing an alternative, they've in fact agreed to many of the provisions in it at some level. Now, in this debate over the $600 bump in the UI, I get the feeling that we're sort of talking past each other on this committee. You know, I'm from Illinois, and it's one of the states that deliberately pursues policies to create a high-wage economy, which is something I'm very proud of. We do things like investments in education, and a progressive labor policy, and so on. Other states, usually on the other side of this debate in this room, pursue policies to deliberately depress wages, things like right-to-work laws, low minimum wage, ungenerous UI benefits in an effort to promote what they call competitiveness in the form of low wages. And so it seems to me that there's an obvious compromise here, which is to provide the $600 a week benefit to the high wage states, while those states who object to this will simply receive a smaller amount or nothing. And so I was wondering if any one of our witnesses here has a feeling of whether that might or might not be something worth considering.
Sure, I'll take that one on. Look, I suspect that that obviously means more of the funds under this program would be going to the states that accept the $600.
Yes, right. These are the states, of course, that systematically have been funding for generations the low-wage states, the states that depress their wages. We in Illinois, for example, write a check to the Sun Belt of roughly $20 to $40 billion every year. Have been doing that for more than a generation. That's correct, and this may actually be an opportunity to rectify some of that imbalance, so that the states which are economically productive, have high wages, stop getting bled to support those states who don't believe in things like education and so on. Now, the other thing, we're seeing a lot of echoes in this debate of the debate we had over the stimulus package in response to the last economic crisis. What we heard was by my Republican colleagues was predictions of hyperinflation, that that Democrats were in the process of spending the country into hopeless debt, that we were debasing the dollar, and there would be hyperinflation. And Dr. Reich, maybe you're an economist here, can you describe the sort of hyperinflation that we saw as a result of the stimulus spending or not?
Congressman, there was no hyperinflation for a simple reason. When you have vast underutilization of resources in an economy, including people, a lot of unemployment, then additional federal spending as a backstop to the lack of private spending and lack of consumer spending brings the economy at best up to a higher level of utilization. There is no danger of inflation when you have so many resources and so many people who are not actually being utilized.
And in the decades since that emergency spending, when economists have looked at the effect of that, did the stimulus make the recovery happen more rapidly, and would a larger stimulus, in fact, have made it happen more rapidly? Is there a consensus among economists on that 10 years later?
There is never a consensus among economists, just as there is no consensus
among
majority? Policymakers. But
is there a clear majority?
I would say the majority do think at this point, looking back on the Great Recession, that a larger stimulus would have been preferable, particularly a larger spending stimulus rather than a tax stimulus, because a spending stimulus would have had a larger multiplier effect. It would have meant that more people more immediately got jobs.
Yeah. And the spending that went basically to the benefit of state and local governments also has a significant multiplier, if nothing else, in avoiding layoffs in those sectors. Just as a last question, this hyperinflation prediction, are you aware of a worse prediction in macroeconomics than that of hyperinflation?
A brief answer. The gentleman's time has expired.
Very few other predictions, except perhaps the supply side prediction that giving a tax cut to very wealthy people will generate more jobs and pay for themselves.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is recognized for 5 minutes. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been happy to see the committee start to get back to more normal activities, but I have to call out this hearing for what it is: a complete waste of time. We've come here to talk about a bill that passed 2 months ago that the Senate will never take up, and the White House has already said they would veto it if we're to get to that president's desk. Even some of my Democratic colleagues, as we've heard this morning on this committee, couldn't vote for this bill and have conceded that it is a wish list of priorities that are not tailored to this pandemic. From the onset, Democrats have not hidden their intentions of not letting this tragedy go to waste. The House Democratic Whip James Clyburn stated that this pandemic represents a great opportunity to restructure things that fit our vision. In a time when over 145,000 people have died from this awful virus, it is shameful to try to find a silver lining that it could help advance a political agenda. We need to be working together to create bipartisan solutions to deliver much-needed assistance to the millions of Americans who are hurting right now. We have businesses that are afraid to open because they don't want to be sued if someone gets sick, even if they follow all the state and federal guidelines. We have parents wondering if they were going to be able to send their children to school in the fall or if they're going to be forced to sacrifice more months of their children's education. There are rural hospitals that are fighting every day to keep their doors open and continue serving their communities. We should be working on finding solutions to these issues, not rehashing a partisan bill while people back home are wondering if Washington will be able to come together and deliver much-needed relief to their communities. I'm going to keep my questions brief because I don't want to continue endorsing this charade of a hearing. So my question, Dr. Davis, can you tell me how $50 million for EPA's environmental justice grants, mandatory energy-saving products at government buildings, bailing out mismanaged private pension funds at unions and newspapers, giving $10 million to the National Endowment of the Arts, or releasing criminals and illegal aliens from federal detention centers, which are all included in the HEROES Act, every single one of them. Will that help our country through this global health pandemic? That's my question.
Representative Williams, I cannot see how those programs and spending that you described would address the economic and health crisis we face.
Well, thank you. So the bottom line is we should be spending our time working on realistic policy options that will help our constituents back home, not this mess. I yield my time back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, is recognized for 5 minutes. The gentleman from Guam, Mr. San Nicolas, who is also the vice chair for the Committee on Financial Services, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the panelists for making time to be with us here today. You know, I was just listening intently to some of the dialogue going on here today about how going through this process is somehow a waste of time. And really, I think we should avoid doing that because, you know, the democratic process and lawmaking in particular in this Congress involves both chambers. And when this House puts forward what it's proposing, then the Senate can come back and look at what we have on the table, and then we can find consensus there. And I think we need to focus on that. We need to focus on that because the American people need us to present more solutions during these times rather than looking for reasons to make excuses for not having any. I also heard today, Mr. Chairman, that there's a resistance to new programs that are being discussed, and yet there is an interesting denial, I guess, of the fact that the PPP is a new program. The PPP is a brand new program that we rolled out to respond to this crisis, and it didn't have a hearing, but it worked. And in these kind of circumstances, when we're talking about trying to find solutions, because it's so unique in what we're dealing with, we're not going to know exactly what's going to work until we begin moving things forward and seeing how it turns out. And so in that vein, one of the things that we need to realize is while this pandemic has created a lot of economic distress and has cost a lot of lives, we haven't seen it spill into other areas of our economy that normally would suffer when we're dealing with these kind of broad effects. We haven't seen the housing market suffer tremendously yet. We haven't seen the bond market suffer tremendously yet. The stock market's actually doing quite well. And so while we may not know exactly what formula has prevented this from spilling over into other areas, we need to be mindful of the fact that tweaking anything in that formula could cause an unintended consequence. And so maybe the unemployment $600 that we're providing could be affecting the labor market, but it also could be what's propping up all of these other markets. And so we need to be very careful about having these all or nothing propositions as we move forward. I wanted to focus specifically on a market that I think is going to be greatly at risk, that this committee has focused on addressing, not only in the HEROES Act, but in HR 7301, which is the Headquarters effort to provide rental and mortgage assistance. The loss of moratoriums, the loss of the $600 unemployment support, and the loss of forbearance that pretty much will be expiring over the coming months. That's all going to have a triple whammy effect on the housing market. And we've been hearing stats and we've been hearing data on the number of Americans that are going to be impacted. My chairwoman very wisely focused her opening questions on the human impact and the impact on families. I wanted to follow up as her vice chair on how that will spill into the greater housing market and whether or not we could see a repeat of the 2008 crisis from the bottom up rather than the top down. And so, Secretary Reich, if you can give us your perspective on the potential risks that the housing market in general is going to be looking at if we don't come up with a solution in time.
Congressman, let me underscore one point you just made, and that is that the CARES Act has worked fairly well. And you don't try to argue with success to that respect. But one big problem is that we know that 32% of Americans, almost a third of all Americans, have missed either their rental payments in July or their mortgage payments in July. And when you face that kind of a record number of people who are behind in rental and or mortgage payments, you are flirting with a crisis that is much larger than we've had at any time to date, much larger than the potential crisis we faced with regard to the Great Recession. If people don't have some rental assistance and some mortgage assistance, we are going to see homelessness dramatically increase in this country, and it could happen quite soon.
My time is about to expire. Secretary Donovan, real quick.
Mr. Donovan, you'll have to be very brief.
That both the financial system that supports our housing market is the single largest financial system in the world. And as Secretary Reich said, the ripple effects potentially of an even greater economic calamity are enormous. I would also just point out that on a day-to-day basis, we have individuals and families that are making the most brutal choices. One of the things that we haven't talked about today,
Mr. Donovan, I'm going to have to ask that you include your comments in the record. The time for the gentleman has expired.
Economic stimuli. that exists.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Tipton, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've had the pleasure and the privilege to be able to serve in Congress for a decade. And during that period of time, I can't recall a single instance when we've had a hearing on a piece of legislation after the legislation has already passed the full House of Representatives. The committee process is meant to be meaningful in a way to be able to engage in ideas and to judge a bill's merits before it moves to the full House, not a process to retroactively try to justify legislation because it's weak on support. And make no mistake, we're having this hearing today because this legislation, when taken for all of its 1,800 pages, does not enjoy strong support. Between fiscal and monetary policy responses, the United States government has already spent over $3 trillion in combating this crisis. And while I agree with Senator McConnell's statements from earlier this week that we do have to have some targeted support going back into our economy, the bill for us today is not a shot of adrenaline. The bill before us today significantly expands federal power and federal spending for a price of $3.4 trillion, doubling the amount that we've spent so far, all without any evidence that the bill's provisions would actually be administered effectively. With the national debt already at $26.5 trillion, I don't want to leave my grandkids, nor do I believe anyone wants to leave to their great-great-grandchildren saddling of more debt for programs that sound good on paper but actually didn't work. Coloradoans currently do need help that Congress can provide, but those exercising leadership in the House are more interested in partisan gamesmanship and political posturing than they are in providing the help that we're capable of creating. Instead of casting our differences aside in the middle of a literal pandemic, we're considering a bill today that's a partisan wish list, masquerading as a solution. Coronavirus is testing literally the middle of this country. And instead of pursuing a solution that imparts hope in the economy through common sense, common ground solutions, we're spending our time today talking about a bill that has already passed the House and been rejected by the Senate. I hope, it's my hope, I think of hopefully the entire committee, that we're going to be able to get back on track. As I'd listened to Mr. Huizenga point out a variety of bills that he had introduced that had passed with bipartisan support, I've had some in the same Congress that have not been allowed to be heard in this current Congress. It's in time that we do work together to try and actually address the challenges that we face as a country and not continue down the partisan path that we are currently on in the House of Representatives. I do have a question for Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, recently Secretary Mnuchin was before the committee. He affirmed that it's important about credit reporting agencies to be able to maintain a complete profile of consumers' credit history, especially during this pandemic. The HEROES Act would suspend negative consumer credit reporting during the COVID-19 pandemic or any future major disasters for a period of 120 days after the emergency ends. Many state that this would weaken, not increase, access to credit, as lenders could lose confidence in the accuracy of the information before them. Mr. Davis, do you agree with Secretary Mnuchin that it's important to be able to maintain complete credit profiles and not alter credit-related data reported during the pandemic?
Yes, I do. In the first decade of my career, I taught courses on money and banking and financial institutions. And one of the basic lessons that I tried to impart to students is that high-quality information facilitates lending. And when you don't have high-quality information, lending becomes riskier, and the loans either don't happen or they happen at higher interest rates. So I do very much agree with the concerns that you and Secretary Mnuchin have expressed.
Great. Appreciate that. And I do believe it's important to note, Republican or Democrat, we all recognize the challenges that we all face across the country. But we need to be bipartisan in terms of seeking real solutions, not partisan wish lists to be able to address the challenges that we face. We had a better than doubling of the money that was going to HUD, something that we all believe needs to be supported in the House of Representatives. but it needs to be targeted, it needs to be effective, and we need to make sure that the dollars are being well spent to be able to address the concerns that we currently have while not uncovering unnecessarily future generations as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Colleagues, we have now reached the end of Group 1 in the hearing room. The committee will recess for 5 minutes to prepare the room for Group 2.
Did we lose connection?
Ms. Beatty, the gentlewoman from Ohio, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for holding this conference. When I think of the questions that my colleagues raised about why are we having this hearing, it was quite interesting because my colleagues said we should be seeking solutions to what American people are talking about. We should be talking about innovation and entrepreneurs. Well, I think that's just what our witnesses have been sharing with us. They've been talking about a strong economic recovery during this COVID-19. They've been talking about housing and evictions and what people are asking in all of our districts. They've been talking about healthcare and the economy. Mr. Donovan, former secretary, articulated it so clearly in his testimony, as well as Mr. John Rogers, who brought it right home when we talk about economics. Right now, we have two pandemics going on. Pandemic as it relates to COVID and why CARES is so important, and the pandemic because of all of the social injustices that we are faced with. When I think of this hearing and the importance, it's important because my Republican colleagues in the House, the Republican colleagues in the Senate and the White House have not offered solutions. What other way can you offer solutions than to have a hearing? But I understand when you're desperate, you use words like charade and masquerading. Let me go now to ask some questions to our witnesses. First, let me thank you, Mr. John Rogers, for being here, for your work, for your testimony, for fighting for African American and minority-owned businesses. In your testimony, you recommend that Congress press institutions we oversee to measure professional services spending with minority businesses. Can you elaborate on that anymore? Because the Federal Reserve included diversity and inclusion requirements in contracts. So setting it up is one thing, implementing it is another. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Thank you, Chair Beatty. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I think it is critical that we are able to build large businesses of scale. In this country, we've seen historic discrimination and lack of opportunity for us to build our businesses. And as I talked about in my testimony, these large anchor institutions, our museums, our hospitals, our universities, and many of our major corporations only work with Black businesses when it comes to what they call supplier diversity, construction, catering, supply chain. And that's really important. Those are important parts of our economy. But over time, our economy has become more of a professional services, financial services, and technology-based economy. So if we want to build wealth in our communities, we've got to push institutions to do business with us in these parts of the economy, again, where the wealth and power are being created today. If you think about it, our giant private equity firms today in this country control hundreds of companies each. They control all the contracts. They control all the boards of directors. They are the masters of the universe. These big giants, KKRs of the world, and the Blackstones of the world, the Carlyles of the world. We need to have African Americans that are able to participate in that part of the ecosystem. And I know with your leadership and Chairman Waters' leadership, we are starting to get the financial institutions to finally open up doors and start to think about doing business with us, because that's something that's been left out for a long, long time. And it's critically important because we can then provide our own.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rogers. And I hear you. One of the things that we are going to do is make sure that we start talking about business diversity and how people are spending their monies, not just with those individuals that are getting those small contracts, or they dub as minority contracts, just as we're doing with putting more minorities in the C-suites, more minorities on boards. I just read an article from Ray McGuire this morning, Vice Chair of Citigroup, talking about how we have to do more with African American businesses, more in education and more towards the economy. So I want to thank you for your testimony and making it very clear to us that we need to do more and we will do more. So thank you for that. Mr. Donovan, let me thank you. We in my district have now had to have our housing in our convention center because so many people are faced with evictions and we want to make sure we educate them and provide services. How do you feel? Is it going to get even worse if we don't fund and vote on the CARES Act as we talk about homelessness and as we talk about evictions? And we certainly know the disparities and how African Americans are treated, how it's affect us differently and disproportionately we are affected by it.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr,
Thank
is
you, and I yield
recognized
back.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And as we evaluate the next step in responding to this pandemic, I think it's important to kind of step back and look at this from a global perspective and what the policy response should be. And I want to make 3 observations or comments. First of all, the economic downturn that we're facing and that many Americans are struggling with is not the result of a conventional business cycle recession. That's not what this is. This was a deliberate, voluntary shutdown of our economy by the government. And we were very, very fortunate prior to the pandemic to be experiencing the best economy in a generation. Prior to the pandemic, American families were benefiting from higher wages, an increasing employment to population ratio, an historically low unemployment rate of 3.5%, especially for minority communities. We were very fortunate that we had such a strong and resilient economy heading into this. So when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say we're not offering solutions, it's pretty clear to me what the solution is. That's to go back to where we were before the shutdown of the economy. We can argue about whether or not it was in the interest of public health or whether it was right or wrong to go into many of these shutdowns, but we know what works, which was the policies that were in place prior to the economic shutdowns, the deliberate shutdown of our economy. And maybe that was the right thing to do from a public health standpoint. We can debate that. But the goal, certainly, of those shutdowns was to provide a temporary period of time within which we could build up the resiliency of our healthcare system, our public health system, and flatten the curve. And we did that. But now we are being told that the goalposts are moving again, and we need to shut down again. But that wasn't the goal. The goal was to build up resiliency, to get the personal protective equipment, to assess the virus, how it spread, to learn about how the virus behaved, and we've done that. And now even epidemiologists and infectious disease experts are saying that more shutting down of the economy is not required to safely contain this virus. Hand hygiene, social distancing, and masking allows us to reopen the economy. So that's point number 1. Point number 2 is that we should not now move the goalposts again. We don't need a $3 trillion spending bill. We don't need the most expensive spending bill in U.S. history. We don't need a $3.4 trillion bill loaded with partisan progressive policies unrelated to the pandemic. What we need is to reopen the economy because no amount of stimulus checks or unemployment compensation or PPP programs or subsidies or housing vouchers, none of that can replace an active, open, vibrant private sector economy where people actually have jobs paying wages. A wage-paying job is always better than unemployment benefits or stimulus checks, both from a financial security standpoint and from a mental health standpoint. And that was my last point. But I do want to ask one question to Professor Davis. And the question is this $600 unemployment compensation idea is something that many employers in the 6th District of Kentucky have warned me about, that we can't do this. One restaurant owner said, it's very difficult to ask our folks to come back to work when they can make more sitting at home. And I get constant texts like this from employers who can't bring people back to work because we're paying people to not work. And so my question to Professor Davis is, whether it's liability protection or other measures, what do we need to do other than just paying people more to sit at home and not work, what do we need to do to reopen this economy? And that's to Professor Davis.
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate your remarks, and as I was listening to you talk, I was reminded of Milton Friedman's quip that there's nothing as is permanent as a temporary government program. And we do run the serious risk that ill-advised policies implemented in response to the pandemic, or even policies that were useful at the time, will outlive their usefulness. That is a serious risk. You know, you asked me what else could we be doing now? Well, I thought Representative Huizenga went through quickly an excellent list of suggestions about regulatory reforms that would make private financial capital more available to businesses that want to tap that.
I agree, and I have 8 minutes left, 8 seconds left, so let me reclaim my time and just say, yes, I agree with Congressman Huizenga, and we need to go back to the policies that made this country experience a great economic boom. That's how we help protect people, not more government spending, but actually good-paying jobs. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson. Mr. Vargas just came in the room, so the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and again, thank you for holding this hearing. I'd like to direct the first question to Secretary Wright, if he's here. Obviously, people are afraid to go outside. I live in California, and are afraid to congregate, and rightfully so because of the raging virus. And the interesting thing was that many of us expected that this virus would act in a seasonal way, because most viruses have that seasonality, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So I've been following the issue of the Defense Production Act, thinking that we can do better and this administration can do better if they use it in a more forceful and ample way. Could you comment on that, if you would, Secretary?
Yes, Congressman, the Defense Production Act could be used certainly in a more coordinated and productive way in terms of buying necessary equipment, procuring necessary personal protective equipment and ventilators. I want to stress something that you referred to just a moment ago. This virus is not going away. And anybody who thinks that the reason the economy has gone into as deep a depression is because the government has closed the economy down, has not been paying attention to the empirical evidence. The evidence is that the economy dropped primarily because people are afraid. People are not going to go into malls, and they're not going to go shopping, and they're not going to go into airplanes, and they're not going to do a lot of things because the risk of getting the virus is high. And artificially and reopening the economy before it is ready to reopen, before COVID has been contained, has been a complete disaster. So yes, the Defense Production Act could be used, and we need federal leadership on all of these issues.
Mr. Secretary, I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly when you said a depression. Obviously, we've had one of those before, and it was quite disastrous. Could you comment a little bit more on that? Did I hear you incorrectly, or did I hear you correctly?
Congressman, you heard me sadly correctly. This is of a larger magnitude of downturn, economic downturn, than we had during the Great Recession. This is comparable in terms of jobs lost and the number of businesses closing to the Great Depression of the 1930s. Now, the difference being that this is not and was not created by a dramatic bubble exploding, a debt bubble exploding, or any kind of a stock market crash. This was generated because a lot of people were rationally frightened about getting this virus and are therefore pulling back from spending, from doing a lot of things that consumers normally do in a healthy economy. And that drop will not diminish as long as COVID is COVID-19 is a major problem for this country. And embarrassingly, the United States has done a worse job than any other major rich country in the world, including most of Europe, even South Korea, in combating COVID-19.
So, in many senses, I mean, it seems like the old George Santayana note that those that do not know history are doomed to repeat it. I mean, it almost does seem like the Herbert Hoover, let's not have the federal government do what it should do during this time, and get more amply involved. I mean, obviously, I think you stated it now, and I believe it, that the government should be more, the federal government in particular, because most of the state governments, of course, can't spend during this time because they have laws prohibiting them from doing that because they have to balance their budget every year. Is that correct?
Yes, if there was ever a time for genuine federal leadership in terms of coordinating the response to this coronavirus, it is now. In fact, it's probably past. I mean, the lack of leadership over the last 4 months has been astounding.
Well, thank you very much. My time has come to an end, but I do, again, think that it's time that the federal government start acting in a more rational way instead of, I mean, I studied to be a priest for a long time. I believe in prayer and I believe in miracles, but it's not going to happen this time. We also have to work at it. Thank you very much.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman. I thank my colleagues. It's a pleasure to have this distinguished economic panel before us today. In Arkansas, we didn't completely shut down, and we've therefore not suffered some of the most bad economic effects either on our tax revenues or on our employment that other states have. But nonetheless, unemployment's high at 8% now, and we still have those filing for unemployment claims. I'm so grateful for the leadership of our governor, who in the last 2 weeks has announced major plant expansions in our state and relocations with 1,400 new jobs just in the last 2 weeks, including Amazon coming to Little Rock, an expansion of Gerber's facilities, Lazy Boy pharmaceutical company coming to the state for the first time. So we've had some good economic announcements, and so we want to make sure that those companies can find talented, well-considered employees for those business expansions that we're experiencing. I want to thank again the governor for leadership there. I've got a concern, and I'm glad we have this panel to talk about how we restructure the unemployment compensation issue as we look at the next CARES Act. I saw both Glenn Hubbard, Tim Geithner's piece where they don't think the extension of $600 per week as a flat amount is a good idea. They believe it dislocates labor markets across the United States. And we've had a lot of discussion on that today. I just want to talk about a specific instance in my home state of Arkansas. I got this text last night. It says, as you're aware, the unemployment benefit of $600 has forced the shutdown of 3 of our 5 sawmills, and we dropped a shift at the other 2. Plans to resume production on August 3rd at all plants will not be possible if that $600 flat rate is extended per week. And that's because we offer much of our labor $20 per week plus benefits for the work they do in those mills in rural Arkansas. And that $20 an hour plus benefits just is not sufficient to compete with that $600 flat rate. And I would advise my friends that you can buy a beautiful 3-bedroom house in South Arkansas that's suitable for raising a family for in $100 a square foot range. There are cost of living there is low, and labor rates tend to be very different around the country, both based on the cost of labor, the cost of conditions in an area. And so Secretary Reich, as a labor economist, what does the economic literature say about extending the $600 pandemic rate on the unemployment rate itself? What does the economic literature say, Secretary Reich?
Congressman, we have not had an economy that has been as bad as this economy since the Great Depression of the 1930s. So we don't have good studies right now of the effect of a $600 a week extra unemployment benefit on the labor market. But I can tell you on the basis of what we do know, that is the Great Recession and the little bit of empirical literature that exists from the 1930s, we know this. And let me make this as clear as possible. When people do not face very high unemployment and a great deal of fear, consumers are not going into malls, the consumers are not spending. The economy is very, very fragile. One of the ways of getting the economy back is to provide people who are unemployed with enough money that they can actually turn around and spend. And also, at the same time, overcome and prevent any hardship to families. Now,
thank you, Mr. Secretary. I've got one more thing I need to cover. Thank you for your view. I noticed Professor Davis, what's your view of that? And I say that when President Obama and Majority Leader Reid and Speaker Pelosi all had an opportunity to structure one of these payments, they only did $25 a week in the 09 bill to deal with the horrible unemployment crisis we had in 08. What's your view, Professor Davis, of the economic literature on a flat $600 across the country?
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate the question, the example from the previous recession. Most economists do not think that extending the $600 benefit is a good idea because it will discourage work. As we've heard many times today, there are other ways to stimulate the economy that don't remove the incentive to work. I want to make one more observation. The job vacancy rate today, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, is more than twice what it was at the depths of the financial crisis in 2009. This is not the worst economy that we've ever had in that respect. And we should recognize that and give workers an incentive to take the jobs that we have that are available, even if we need to create more jobs.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, and I appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the chairwoman and Ms. Waters and Ranking Member McHenry, and welcome y'all to the committee. One thing I would like to say to some of my Republican colleagues, in my district, I have a lot of small businesses, and most of them are owned by a majority. In my conversation with a lot of them, they are saying that that the biggest problem that they have is with the PPP, and I can have the panel to respond to. When they got this money back in March, now it's just about running out of money, and they want to know about the prohibition rules, how they should be changed to get more PPPs, to get hire people, keep the people hired who are working in their business. So my question is, did we do it wrong by putting a limitation on when the PPP will run out because we didn't know what the extent of this pandemic was going to be? Secretary?
I'm sorry, Congressman. There were two secretaries here, and I wasn't sure which secretary you were referring to. But let me try to respond to that. I think the PPP program has been proven to be quite effective. The problem is that number one, the banks tended to favor their own customers over the public generally. Number two, businesses owned by women and people of color got almost none of the PPP funding. And number three, there was some considerable funding of businesses who did not actually need it in order to maintain their employment.
Okay, that's great. Other thing I would say before my time actually run out, there's been a lot of discussion about unemployment, the $600. Well, you know, in Florida, the only thing that people can draw here on money is about $1,000 a month. And so when husband and wife both is out of work and the federal stimulus came in, they really did appreciate it. It's not keeping them from not going back into the workforce. It's just that they needed that money just to sustain when they have a family of four, a family of five in the process. Now, in some of my farm areas where you had a lot of tomato growers and stuff, because they're lower paid anyway, when I talk to some of the farmers over there, they say, well, they're making more money by not being at work. But that program run out, and it's a federal restriction on if you're able to go back to work, you don't get that money. So even though people are talking about in different areas that we giving too much money, I don't think it was too much money. I think that from your perspective, sir, I think it really stimulate the economy and make the economy grow more. What is your perspective on it?
My perspective is exactly the same, Congressman. That is, when you have this much unemployment and this much underutilized capacity, this many businesses, particularly small businesses, that are hurting, what you need to do is stimulate the economy, the most direct stimulus, because 70% of this economy is based on personal consumer expenses. And so when consumers have more money in their pockets, they consume and they buy mostly locally, and that helps local business. This is very, very important at a time like this, when so many businesses, particularly small businesses in locales, are in trouble.
I would also just add, Congressman, I think it's been an enormously important step led by the committee to ensure that there are different channels for PPP to get out. One of the reasons, as Secretary Reich said, that there's been underrepresentation of minority-owned and women-owned businesses in PPP is that many of the original banks that were users of the program didn't have those relationships. And so by adding community development financial institutions and other types of financial intermediaries that have deep relationships with a broader segment of small businesses, that is a critical way to make sure that there's broad usage of PPP. And it's something that I would certainly encourage, as you're looking at this package, to make sure that all businesses, not just a limited number of majority-owned businesses, are going to be helped by it.
Right. Well, I see some of the financial institutions are now reaching out to small businesses, because I got a call from Bank of America and said, would you like to apply for money? I told them I can't because I'm a member of Congress. But they are reaching out because when you got $130 billion that are still there, I got a town hall meeting tonight, Zoom call, and later on trying to get these people before the deadline of August 8th to apply. And I hope other people are doing the same thing, because there's still a lot of money there, but people need help. And a lot of the minority businesses are not able to get it.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from
I
Georgia,
yield back.
Mr. Loudermilk, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just briefly want to echo some of the concerns that was raised by some of my colleagues on the Republican side, is that we are here rehashing a bill that has already passed the House, instead of working on some of the issues that I think will be very important to many of the businesses that we still need to provide some level of assistance to. And we can recall some of the issues in this bill that had nothing to do with COVID. $25 billion bailout for a $25 billion bailout for the Postal Service, expanding a federal takeover of student lending, which has already been a disaster, giving nearly $1 trillion bailout to state and local governments that have failed to manage their own budgets responsibly for many years. Cutting taxes for the wealthiest people in the country, the list goes on. But I want to talk about what we should be doing, as well as some things we should not be doing. We've spent a lot of time talking about employment, the economy, consumer spending. The Secretary is exactly right that the basis of this economy is how much money the consumers are spending and how confident they are in spending that money. Now, in my office, that was a great concern of ours going into this. Did we see a contraction in consumer spending, or did we see a shift in consumer spending? We did see that there was a contraction in consumer spending, but we also saw that there was a shift greater than what we thought there would be, that people were still spending their money. They just shifted in the way that they're spending it, and those numbers are still coming in. Where we got that information was from going to the credit card and debit card processors and asking all along through the crisis, what is happening in our economy? And most of them were somewhat surprised in that there was a shift in consumer spending. Yes, there was a contraction, and we do need to address that. But the other issue is, what are we going to do to go forward to get us out of this recession that we're in right in now that was brought on by this virus? Yes, there is fear out there, and I think there is a lot of fear that is unwarranted. I had a conversation with former Speaker Newt Gingrich just last week, who is in Rome, Italy. And everyone knows how devastated Rome and all of Italy was by this virus early on. He said there is not the fear level in Europe is that we're having here in the United States. I think a lot of that is brought on by the mainstream media. So we've talked a lot about this $600 per week unemployment addition that was added in the CARES Act and whether that should be extended. Let me just share with you a couple of things. One is a CBO report that came out in June that said roughly 5 of every 6 recipients would receive benefits that exceeded the weekly amount that they would expect to earn from work during those 6 months. 5 of 6 recipients would receive more money because of this extension. They went on to say, if extended, employment would probably be lower in the second half of 2020 than it would be if the increase in unemployment benefits was not extended. That employment would be lower if we extended it than if we didn't extend it. And in the calendar year 2021, employment would be lower than it would be without the extension. So it would go on into the next year. And let me read one other paragraph from the CBO report. In the calendar year 2021, both output and employment would be lower than they would be if the increase in unemployment benefits was not extended. That would occur mainly because the effect of reduced labor supply would, in CBO's assessment, last longer than the effect of increased overall demand. Basically, what they're saying is exactly what we're seeing in Georgia. I spent quite a lot of time talking to employers and even placement agencies in the past several weeks. The 2 biggest concerns they have right now, because we have jobs available in Georgia that they cannot fill those jobs for 2 predominant reasons. One is the additional incentive that was added onto it is prohibiting people from entering back into the workplace now with jobs that are available. And the other is liability protection for those businesses. And so they're telling me, and business owners are telling me, if they had liability protection, they could open up their businesses in a broader capacity safely to bring on more employees. And we would also see a greater increase in income and people would spend more. Unfortunately, our current situation we're in right now is incentivizing people to stay out of work. And therefore, these businesses are suffering because they cannot bring employees in. Georgia's unemployment rate is at 7.3% right now, and it would be much lower if we could actually get these people back to work. And I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Washington, Mr. Heck, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for having the meeting. Quick question of Secretary Reich and then one for Secretary Donovan. Secretary Reich, help me out here. In my state, if you are working and you're laid off and then that employer calls you back and says, the job's available, come on back, and you say, nah, I like this extra $600 a week, you lose your eligibility for that unemployment. Am I missing something here? Because I keep hearing this repeated over and over and over again. But if you refuse to go to work, you lose your unemployment in Washington state. So what's up?
Congressman, what's up is that most states right now have made it very clear to people who are furloughed that if they refuse an offer to go back to work, they are no longer eligible for state unemployment insurance. And the Department of Labor, which supervises the federal part of unemployment insurance, has also provided advice to states saying exactly the same thing, that if you're furloughed, if an employee is furloughed and refuses to go back to work, they will not be eligible for unemployment.
Thank you, sir. So it doesn't matter how many times they repeat it, it's not valid. Secretary Donovan, I miss you. I miss the leadership you provided at HUD, sir. We did some good work together, notably on reverse mortgage reform. But before I got there, I noted that you did a lot of good work as well. I want to talk about rent. We're coming 60 miles an hour straight into the brick wall here. Something like, over 30% of Americans couldn't pay their whole rent
last month, 20-some% couldn't pay any of it. They're coming up against the wall of their eviction protection, 12 million of them by my last count. And Armageddon is just around the corner for these renters. Now, we could see this coming. Chair Waters and I introduced months ago a $100 billion rent relief program to help them out because, as people have heard me say way too often, pillow, blanket, roof. You don't have a pillow to lay your head on, a blanket to keep you warm, and a roof over your head. Nothing else in your life is going to be dealt with. So we've been pleased. More than 160 members signed on to this bill. More than 800 national organizations have signed on to our rent relief bill. It was included in the HEROES Act. But we have had some resistance by people who say you cannot process that money through the Emergency Solutions Grant Program. I note that you spent $10 billion in less than a week as a part of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act during the last recession. So can we get this done? Of course, there will be some implementation issues, but can we get rent relief to people and save them, keep them in their homes through the ESG program, Mr. Secretary? It looks as though he's frozen. So I would like to take this opportunity to answer for Secretary Donovan. He is frozen. Staff, can you help me out here? Secretary Rice, you're a labor attorney. You want to take a stab
Who's
at
that
this?
question being directed to? Mr. Donovan, is he still here?
Secretary Don, oh, is he back? Sean, are you back? And did you
So,
hear the question?
I'm sorry about that. I lost you just as you were getting to the question, the final part of the question. I apologize.
The question is, Mr. Secretary, is the ESG program, Emergency Solutions Grant Program, a viable mechanism for keeping people and renters, keeping them in their homes?
Congressman, first of all, wonderful to see you again, and I miss our work together as well. Congratulations on your leadership on the bill. First of all, I would say absolutely. ESG was created in the Great Recession in the Recovery Act. It's something we designed specifically for a situation like this, where there is a huge risk of inability to pay rent, of evictions, and of homelessness. And it was one of the most effective programs in the Recovery Act. And by the way, it was a far larger allocation than we see annually. So HUD has proven its ability to get out large amounts of money, billions of dollars, not the hundreds of millions that we see right now in the annual allocations. Second of all, I would say one of the things that you wisely added to the bill was to allow local control over multiple different agencies being able to use it. And that will be able to increase capacity as well. Third, I would say one of the important things that you did in the bill as well was to add other resources, Section 8 vouchers, and other resources that are critical to helping families as well. And really, it is the partnership between ESG and vouchers or assistance that works, whether it's to pay a security deposit or one month's utility bill along with the rent that can be so flexible about the flexibility
Thank you,
of ESG.
Mr. Donovan. The gentleman's time
Thank
has
you, Mr.
expired.
Secretary.
The gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm not sure if they can see me on this screen. Okay. So I found the testimony from Stephen Davis quite eye-opening. I've had a number of meetings with businesses in my congressional district, the 2nd District of West Virginia, and throughout the state. And my office has worked on a lot of constituent cases. And every one of those meetings, not just one or two, but every one of the meetings we've had, the concern has been expressed that they're having a hard time getting folks to come back to work. It was said, Dr. Davis said in his statements, that 5 out of 6 people in this country can make more money not working with the $600 plus up per week federal supplement on unemployment than they can make working. And in some areas, it's even more than that, probably 9 out of 10 or so. And you mentioned it was common sense that people who can make more not working will take that path because they would like to make more money. And I think that's true, and mentioned jobs are available. So I guess the first question would be for Dr. Davis. Should we, instead of the unemployment, instead of giving $600 to not work, to be unemployed on top of the other unemployment that the states have, how about we replace that? Would you support replacing that with a compensation increase, like a bonus to get back to work, a back to work bonus?
Yes, thank you, Congressman, for the question. That would be a much better policy than extending the $600 supplemental benefit. It is one of the many ways to help workers, help families, while encouraging work and not discouraging work, and also stimulating the economy at the same time.
Right, and the businesses that, you know, one of the ways around it, I noticed one of my local businesses that does utilities, like refrigerators and stoves and things, they actually found a way not to let anybody go when the coronavirus and the shutdown started, because they were afraid if they let them go, they'd take the unemployment and the plus up, and they'd have a hard time ever getting them back. So that was one way some businesses dealt with it, but most businesses didn't have a choice. They had to lay off because of the government shutdown. So I would tell you it's a serious concern. We're talking about a bill that's already passed, which is the first time we've ever had a hearing on a bill that passed a couple months ago. This is not the way to conduct business. And there's a lot of talk about what might come from the Senate, but we're the House of Representatives. We do House bills here. So we're talking about, ways to, we could be talking about ways to do the payroll tax deductions, some tax relief. Deregulation in this committee would be a better approach. So I was encouraged to hear you say, Dr. Davis, that new businesses have been forming, and I've noticed just historically when there seems to be economic challenges, entrepreneurial men and women of every race and ethnicity start their own business, because if you unleash the free market and get the regulations out of the way, folks find ways to take care of themselves. Do you want to talk? Can you talk a little bit more about the new businesses that are forming and how that's been going, Dr. Davis?
Yes, two things there. Let's relate the new businesses to the unemployment insurance supplement. New businesses are hiring workers into new jobs. It's not going back to an old job. So it's not this. So they really do have to pay wages that are more attractive than the extra unemployment benefits that people get by not working. So that's kind of the first point. The second point, it is quite hopeful. And so this is a new Census Bureau statistical product that's only come out this year. Basically, what it tracks is new applications through the IRS for employer identification numbers. Those numbers are running higher in the last 3 weeks than they did any time earlier this year, and any time than they did a year ago. So we want those businesses. And these are businesses that, in the Census Bureau's judgment, have a high propensity to hire employees in the near future. We want that to happen, and we have to take appropriate policy steps to encourage that to happen, and to happen in a big way.
Okay, well, thank you for that response. In my remaining 20 seconds, I just want to express regret that I couldn't meet in person Robert Reich. Not so much to talk politics, but we went to the same college, Dartmouth College, and I've read about you in a lot of the alumni magazines. Would have been nice to have shaken your hand and met with you in person. It's one of the nice things about having in-person meetings. You can actually talk to people. I hope we can get back to work in that regard as soon as possible. I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, I look
Thank you
forward
very
to
much.
meeting you.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, and thank you to our witnesses for joining us today. 2008's financial crisis was a Great Depression-level event for Black Americans, wiping out decades of gains in Black home ownership, which has now fallen to its lowest rating since the passage of the 1968 Fair Housing Act. Former homeowners became renters. By 2018, nearly 60% of Black households rented their home. This weekend, the last unemployment checks will go out and the limited eviction moratorium will expire. Next weekend, the rent will be due, and 30% of Americans have little to no confidence that they will make it. In short, we are staring down an unprecedented financial cliff, but the necessary sense of urgency seems to be limited to this chamber. Secretary Reich, as bluntly as possible, what is the economic impact of millions losing their housing all at once?
As clearly and as sharply as I possibly articulate this, Congresswoman, the effect will be catastrophic. Not only the personal suffering of people who become homeless or have to move in with others, but also the public health consequences in a pandemic of more crowding, more density, more passage of the infection. And thirdly, a huge problem with regard to stimulating the economy, because you see people who are homeless or who are with others or more dense quarters, it's going to be very, very hard for them to be either productive members of society, but also productive consumers in terms of stimulating the economy. So on every check mark, it is going to be a disaster.
And for my colleagues concerned with quote unquote getting people back to work, how difficult will it be for those who are losing their housing to re-enter the workforce versus those who are able to stay in their homes?
The data we have on the basis of past recessions and also people who have lost their housing even in a non-recession situation suggests that it's going to be very, very hard. If you are homeless or if you don't have a permanent address, it is extremely difficult to even find a job, to even make an application for a job. You lose the moorings and anchor that a house or a home gives you. You also lose the capacity to communicate with potential employers. It is in every respect a gigantic problem for people, and it's coming up. I agree with you. It's right around the corner.
Thank you. And we know the burden of this eviction tsunami will disproportionately fall on Black renters, Black women in particular. In my home state of Massachusetts, Black renters are almost 2.5 times more likely to have an eviction filed against them, while Black women are 3 times as likely to have evictions filed against them that are ultimately dismissed, a stain that remains on their credit report nonetheless. In fact, today, a study from City Life Vita Urbana found that almost 80% of the Boston eviction cases currently suspended by the moratorium are in neighborhoods of color. Secretary Donovan, many renters covered by the CARES Act still face illegal evictions. How likely is the average renter to know their rights against their landlord?
Unfortunately, we find so often that families either are not aware of their rights or are afraid to ask for assistance because of numerous issues, including their status and other forms of discrimination. And so one of the things, in addition to the important provisions that are in the HEROES Act in terms of rental assistance and eviction prevention, is investments both in housing counseling that help to inform renters and owners about their rights, as well as assistance for legal representation. Legal aid has been a very powerful tool that we saw in the mortgage crisis to make sure that there is assistance available to know your rights and to be fairly represented. I would also add that we are absolutely seeing, even before the evictions begin, if the moratorium expires, terrible choices being made between putting food on the table. Because housing is the single biggest expense, I think it's enormously important your investment in SNAP and the expansion of food assistance as well in the HEROES Act.
Thank you. And New York was the first city to launch right to counsel. So in addition to a nationwide moratorium on evictions, do you agree it's critical that we ensure legal representation for those facing evictions? Yes or no?
As a proud New Yorker, I would absolutely agree.
All right, very good. Well, I'm pleased that the HEROES Act did include my bill and Representative Tlaib's bill, the Public Health Emergency Shelter Act, which provides over $11 billion in critical funding to local and state efforts to protect those facing homelessness during this pandemic. However, without intervention, the number of people experiencing homelessness will skyrocket. So continue to work on that in partnership with Representative DeLauro and others. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thanks to those who've participated in this hearing and the body of work that's prepared us to have this discussion. I'm glad we can be physically present for some of us, and I look forward to doing that more directly soon. We can do it safely, and I think we should do it more frequently. As to the topic at hand, we're debating and discussing HEROES Act, a bill that frankly is already passed and has no prospect of becoming law. But I think it's important to highlight one of the provisions of it. State and local governments have experienced the consequences of some of their decisions, which have been taken somewhat inconsistently around the country to effectively close our economy. We definitely had a public health crisis. The reaction to it with respect to what's been closed and how it's been closed, what's been deemed essential or non-essential, has varied. But the results are clear. We can't possibly print enough money at the federal government, and that's accurate. It's printed. No one's really lending us the money. We're not truly borrowing it in that sense. It's really printed. It's diluting the value of all the other dollars. So we should do that with caution. But as we've done it, we have such a good story to tell. We've spent more money than could possibly be spent by state and local governments right now the way we intended it to be spent, which is COVID direct expenses. Thankfully, this pandemic hasn't been as bad as we feared. Don't get me wrong, it's been horrible. Many thousands of people have died. And the great news is that it's a far lower number than we feared. We feared millions of people have died. We didn't close our economy because some people would get, the virus itself. We feared that the death toll and the illness would overwhelm our ability to respond in our healthcare facilities. And the good news story is around the country we responded to that. It's taken far less dollars than we expected. So when I talk to people in Ohio, whether these are local governments at township levels or city levels, they said the biggest thing they need is flexibility to make up for the lost revenue. When I talked to state legislators, and when I talked to our treasurer, our auditor, our governor, they all agreed we need flexibility to spend the $4.6 billion that Ohio already has. So that's why I drafted the Flexibility for States and Localities Act, which broadly gives them that flexibility. So as schools talk about going back and they're already facing budget cuts and shortfalls, they would have the ability to use those COVID-19 dollars in a more flexible way. We've received letters of support from the Ohio Municipal League and the Ohio Township Association, so urban and rural. And I'd ask unanimous consent to submit those to for the record.
Sorry, missed that. Without objection, such is the order.
Thank you. And it's important to build that consensus because before we spend more dollars, we should be able to make use of the dollars that we already have. Now, the HEROES Act proposes to spend $1 trillion more dollars that we don't really have and print it, which gets to my second concern, which is that we're not really borrowing the money. We already had a real fiscal problem in deficit spending. We spend every year far more than we have. We're not living within our means in a normal year. Well, this isn't the year to probably go, oh, we have to balance the budget perfectly. We have to respond. This is a war just like other wars. You have to win, first and foremost. And so the Congress has spent a lot of money, but we shouldn't pretend that we can do that without consequence. Historically, this is the last time the planet had this much debt was after World War II, and we had to restructure the entire global financial system in terms of the monetary system. So, Professor Davis, I was hoping maybe you could comment on not consumer price inflation, not the CPI, not what normally people consider inflation, but monetary inflation. Because there's been a real concern about that. That was part of the discussion at the Fed about the Taylor rule. Is there, I guess, a certain grain of truth to modern monetary theory where we can print it in an unlimited way, or at some point are there consequences?
Thank you, Congressman. 3 quick points. First, I love your mask. I want to get one. Second, you referenced the situation after World War II. We had very high debt levels as then. It's true. We eventually brought them down. But we did that partly by decades of financial repression, whereby we kept interest rates to normal everyday households that they got on their savings and investments at very low levels to help service government debt at a level we can afford. That is a cost, okay? Second, we also have to recognize that if we continue to rack up
Professor, I'm very
in debt,
sorry to have left you with so little time to answer the question, and I look forward to maybe having an offline discussion with you. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to all of you. My time is well
The
expired.
gentleman's
Thank you,
time has
madam.
expired. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. And again, thank you so much for accommodating for us during this pandemic and making sure that we're safe in the workplace. I want to center us around according to the Economic Security Project in April, in May, they said that 160 million people received a one-time $1,200 payment, the average cost of 1 month of rent. In about 2 days, I don't know if folks realize, on July 25th, a federal ban on evictions in properties financed by federally backed mortgages, more than a quarter of our households, it will actually expire in 2 days. Many statewide orders banning all evictions in my state and district will also be expired. I think they're looking at extending it if they haven't done so. And even on July 31st, as all of us know, the $600 federal unemployment benefits going to roughly about 30 million of our neighbors that are unemployed during this pandemic, that will expire. So I want to ask Mr. Donovan, I introduced the Automatic Boost to Communities Act, which is reoccurring payments on I'm glad that the treasurer, I think, does decide that they were going to go ahead and have a, use the charged debit cards and putting the amounts on there. I don't know how late it was because I think a lot of my residents still have not gotten their stimulus payment. But why aren't we talking enough about reoccurring payments? Because direct payment to people seems to me, one, it provides human dignity, but when a third of our neighbors, when so many folks are unemployed and can't pay their rent, when so many are applying for forbearance, asking for extensions on their student loans, when economists tell you to really stimulate the local economy, you have to do direct payments. What are we doing to address that? I mean, why do you think that they haven't discussed that enough?
Congresswoman, thank you for the question. First, I would say that I think the work that you've done in your legislation, as well as what's contained in the HEROES Act, provides a very good roadmap. What we need to be doing is providing one-time payments, often in a very flexible manner because people's situations vary dramatically within this crisis, as well as ongoing assistance through Section 8 vouchers, and other means. SNAP is another good example for food assistance. What we saw in the Great Recession, and certainly what we're seeing now, is that the difference between a family staying in their home and being evicted, becoming homeless, can often be 1 month's rent. It can be a utility payment, or if they've already lost their home, a security deposit. And that's why emergency solutions grants are such an important flexible tool.
And I tell you, Mr. Devin, I completely agree, and of course, completely support expanding Section 8 housing and food assistance. But there's a level of bureaucracy and accessibility to a lot of my residents, especially my homeless neighbors, especially those that are transient. I have to tell you, the direct payment to me seems to be the answer to stimulate our local economy, support small businesses, and to be able to take care of our residents, no fault of their own during this pandemic. We weren't prepared for it. And again, they are not only out of a job, but they don't have access to childcare because of everything going on. The schools, are still going to be struggling. I don't know why we're not treating it with a sense of urgency like we do with airlines and corporations when we bail them out directly. Why aren't we doing a people's bailout where we can have reoccurring payments? So Mr. Rogers, maybe you can answer this. Doesn't reoccurring payments stimulate the local economy? Is Mr. Donovan, maybe you can answer? Or the Secretary, is Secretary Donovan on?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay, there you go. Okay. I'm sorry, something's going on my end. I can't see everybody.
Absolutely, and I want to be clear, Congresswoman, I was not suggesting that we should do that at the exclusion of ongoing payments. That's why I think the continuation of unemployment insurance and other ways of getting cash directly to families in addition to targeted assistance like housing and food aid.
So my last question to you, Secretary Donovan. Last night, Politico reported the administration plans to publish a final rule today known as AFFH without the ability of public input, which is just absurd. That would make it easier for housing segregation to persist. And that's exactly what this is. So President Trump recently claimed that Democrats want to abolish suburbs simply because we want to enforce civil rights protections, which is absolutely false. The Fair Housing Act helped a lot of our Black neighbors be able to increase home ownership and access to housing. Using this rhetoric that is really reminiscent of fear-mongering tactics. Is that my chairwoman gaveling me? It is. It's okay.
Thank you.
See you, Chairwoman. I will submit the question to
The gentle lady's time has expired. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Budd, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Professor Davis, I want to touch on some of the debt collection provisions that are included in the HEROES Act. You know, as we prepare for this recovery, I'm concerned about the negative impact that a blanket moratorium on all debt collection activities will have on small businesses and on the economy as a whole. Can you talk about what the negative impacts on small business and the economy will be if businesses and lenders cannot know whether they're going to be able to eventually be paid back and do not have the ability to work with customers on payment plans? And maybe as you respond, you could talk about how an asset on or a debt on somebody's books or somebody's account is a liability on others. A liability on one side is an asset on the others. That's some basic accounting that seems to be forgotten in the HEROES Act. Professor Davis.
Thank you, Congressman, for those questions and that point. Look, it is the case that there's a temptation to just look at one side of the balance sheet or the balance sheet for one party. And as you quite clearly pointed out, one person's debt is another person's asset. So if we cancel that debt or we put a moratorium on repaying that debt, we are helping the debtor and we are hurting the creditor equally. And the two wash, okay, in terms of their impact on overall debt and assets in the economy. That is a fundamental point to keep in mind. There's no magic bullet to stimulating the economy just by canceling some people's debts. The other issue you raised is, and that doesn't mean we shouldn't have some relief for affected parties, but a broad, untargeted relief is not the way to address the problems that are faced by some, but by no means all families in the United States today.
Thank you very much. We certainly don't want to be in the business of picking winners and losers in such a way. As we look back a few years ago, former CFPB Director Cordray said, and certainly no conservative there, but he said, responsible debt collectors that do their work with care and treat consumers with respect are a natural and even essential part of the financial marketplace. I think this is especially true as we work to help consumers and small businesses recover from this pandemic. So as we look at H.R. 6800, we see that it attempts to socialize the credit industry, limiting consumers' access to credit, particularly those who need it the most. This partisan bill would prohibit credit rating agencies from providing negative information on the creditworthiness of Americans in desperate need to refinance their home, access a consumer loan, or secure a credit line for a struggling or small business. Prohibiting negative scores from being reported results in incomplete, inaccurate, and untrustworthy credit files. So, Professor Davis, continuing on, can you please talk about the consequences of what we call thinning down the consumer's credit files and how that specifically impacts access to credit for perhaps those who need it the most?
Yes, it does indeed. As we talked about earlier, if you make information about credit worthiness less available, there will be less lending, and the lending that does happen will be at higher interest rates. That obviously affects negatively the people or the businesses who want to borrow, but it also affects the companies that want to sell people goods and services on credit. So the small business you talked about, if they cannot extend credit or they're unwilling to extend credit to their customers may buy less, there'll be less demand for the goods and services of those companies, and they'll have fewer jobs to offer their employees. That's a serious problem.
Certainly understand. Thank you for that. I have about 45 seconds left, and I was thinking of my colleague from Ohio, Warren Davidson. He asked about the unlimited printing of money and the risks associated with that. Did you have another few comments on that?
Yes, I did. Thank you for the opportunity. Two things very quickly. High debt levels have in the past and may in the future lead to forms of financial repression that basically restrict what households and families can earn on their savings, their pensions, and so on. Second, if we carry larger debt levels into the future, we will have higher debt servicing costs. That means, as a matter of arithmetic, we'll either have to raise taxes to meet those debt servicing costs or lower some other form of government spending. Those are real costs, even if they are postponed into the future.
Very good. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. Wexton, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you so much to the witnesses for appearing today. I have to admit, I was really surprised to hear Professor Davis come in and cite anecdotal evidence as a support for his theory and his supposition and that of many of our friends across the aisle, that these enhanced unemployment benefits are prohibiting people from going back to work, that they're creating a disincentive. Because, when we had Chairman Powell before us several weeks ago, I asked him this exact question. And I asked him if he had any actual data, whether it be business surveys or other kinds of studies that backed up that claim. And he was not aware of any. And he said more likely it was things like fear of contracting COVID when employers are not ensuring that there are adequate protections for their workers. Or, what we have heard anecdotally is from a lot of folks that they can't get childcare. So I would say that, without actual evidence, maybe that's not the best way to proceed for our legislative purposes. But my colleagues have done a lot of talking about unemployment insurance already. I want to talk a little bit about state and local funding, because I actually come from the state legislature, and I know that we have a balanced budget amendment in Virginia, and many states and localities are the same way. They cannot engage in deficit spending the way we can in the federal government. And they're going to experience historic shortfalls, not just because their tax revenue has completely evaporated, but also because we are tasking them with performing most of the on-the-ground response for COVID public health crisis. So, they are already looking at things like tax hikes, like tuition increases, like job cuts and cuts to public services. And just from April to May here in my home state of Virginia, we lost over 6,000 state jobs and over 15,000 county jobs. So, that's just for that period of time. I know there have been more, and with the new fiscal year starting for the state, it's going to be a real problem. So we need to make sure that we have supports for our states and localities. There's been a lot of research done that the Great Recession, state and local austerity measures may have slowed the recovery and delayed economic growth over the next decade. So my question for you, Secretary Donovan, is what will the impact of cuts on state and local governments be for our overall recovery? I think in particular there is such a call to reopen our schools starting immediately and have all these in-person classes. Well, if we have to lay off a bunch of teachers and we end up with, classes where you have 50 second graders in a classroom, I don't think that that's a good recipe for recovery. But Secretary Donovan, what would you say would be the impacts of these cuts to our economy?
Congresswoman, I think you're exactly right. And this is not a theoretical question. We are already seeing it happen. As you said, in Virginia, I'm seeing it in my home city of New York, which was so hard hit. And they're already talking about tens of thousands of layoffs. And those just aren't government workers. Those are our teachers. Those are our firefighters, and so many other absolutely critical services that we're already seeing eroded. I also think you made an excellent point, which is that this was one of the biggest reasons why the recovery from the Great Recession it took too long, was that we did too little to help state and local governments in terms of exactly these sorts of problems. This is an even deeper crisis, and we should absolutely not make the same mistake again.
Now, we passed the HEARINGS Act back in May. Has the situation improved for our states and localities since that time?
No, in fact, we are seeing those situations only get worse. In New York and many other communities, initial estimates of how deep the hit would be have only gotten worse because our predictions now for how long the pandemic will impact economic activity and the out-year effects are even more significant. And so this is absolutely critical. And estimates of the need for state and local relief have grown similarly, whether it's the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities or others.
Thank you so much, Secretary Donovan. And I couldn't agree with you more. And this is something that impacts every single state in the country. And I hope that we do the right thing and get some relief out to them as soon as possible. Thank you very much. I see my time is expired, and I'm going to yield back at this time.
Thank you. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the witnesses for appearing today. Dr. Davis, if I could, many borrowers that have participated in the commercial mortgage-backed securities market, they've been hit, like so many others, by the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's restricted their ability to make their rent payments, to make their payments. Due to the structure of many of these CMBS loans, many of the borrowers have been unable to negotiate payment relief with their loan servicers. I noted in June that the delinquency rate in the CMBS market was a little over 10%, and that compares to 2% in February. And I think we all know that hotel and retail sectors have suffered the worst. Can you, Dr. Davis, can you give your thoughts on this market and what, if anything, do you think should be done in terms of possible federal relief?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. It is a serious issue. You mentioned hotels, retail sector that are especially affected negatively by the COVID crisis. I'd also make another observation that's in my written testimony, and that is the big shift to working from home, which many of us are doing right now. Employers indicate that's likely to continue in a significant way, not as significant as now, but in a significant way after the pandemic ends. And in particular, evidence in one of my recent studies finds that about 1/5 of all full work days by office workers will shift away from central business districts and to other locations. Now, the reason that's important and the reason it relates to your question is that's a lot of worker spending power that will migrate away from business districts inside cities. It's crucial that we find new business activities to replace that lost worker spending power so that business districts in central cities can revive even with the loss of office workers. This is yet another example of why it's so important to be forward-looking and think, yes, it's important to protect the people who are hurt by this pandemic and the economic crisis. That's essential, but we also need to set the stage so that we can grow in those parts of the economy, like business districts in central cities, to replace the jobs that are lost and are not coming back. That will alleviate, not necessarily eliminate, but that will alleviate many of the problems in the real estate market, because it will drive up the demand for those facilities and increase the ability of businesses and households to make their rent payments.
Thank you very much. And if I could shift for a moment, I think we all have seen how the COVID-19 pandemic has led to the shutting down of global supply chains and certainly our reliance on China. Can you paint a picture over the next 12 to 24 to 36 months of what global supply chains could in fact look like as we come out of COVID-19? Do they begin to shift, and how does that ultimately impact the U.S. economy?
And that's a very interesting issue. Supply chains were already beginning to shift in some considerable extent before the COVID pandemic hit, in large part because of the trade tensions between the United States and other countries, particularly China. So there was already a process of shortening supply chains and trying to make supply chains more resilient and more redundant. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated that process. Now that has both good and bad consequences. It does mean certain kinds of jobs will come back to the United States. It does mean that our supply chains may be more resilient in the face of major shocks, but it also means higher costs. If you bring the supply of goods and services, if you source them originally from a low-cost production area and you bring them to a higher-cost production area, those higher costs get passed on into the cost of the goods and services downstream in the production process, eventually hitting households. So it's kind of a mixed story, and we should keep our eye on it, but there are both good and bad consequences from that shortening of supply chains and efforts to make supply chains more resilient.
Thank you, Dr. Davis, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, is recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Adams is recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Adams, will you unmute, please?
Okay, can you hear me now? I'm sorry. Am I unmuted?
Oh, yes, you are now.
Oh, thank you very much. And thank you to the witnesses, and thank you, Madam Chair, so much. Very timely hearing. Mr. Rogers, the HEROES Act provided a $1 billion emergency appropriation to the CDFI fund, and it established a further set aside of either 25% of remaining PPP funds or $10 billion for community financial institutions, and including CDFIs and MDIs to help bolster this effort in the HEROES Act. I've introduced a bill, HR 7121, that would provide $5 billion directly to CDFI funds and set aside $2 billion for minority lending institutions. So could you please highlight the significance of greater CDFI and MDI participation in the PPP and how they could provide additional support to our small businesses, many of whom have already depleted their PPP, and especially minority-owned businesses who may have experienced challenges in applying for the loans in the first place?
Well, I think it's critically important that we follow your leadership on this and get the badly needed funds to our smaller entrepreneurs. As you know, our small entrepreneurs in this country, Black entrepreneurs, are the backbone of this country. It makes all the difference. We employ each other, we support our own churches, we support our own communities. We're role models in the local community. So it's so important to get these businesses thriving again. And as Reverend Jackson often talks about, when the playing field is clear and the rules are clear, we do extraordinarily well. And we just need a fair playing field. And up until now, we haven't had that playing field hasn't been fair, but it's so great that this committee is creating the kind of leadership where we'll be able to have a more even playing field and these badly needed dollars for our entrepreneurs.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Reich, as a former labor secretary, can you speak to how OSHA could and should be operating during this time when workers need protections more than ever? Is this normal behavior for this important agency, or are we witnessing an unprecedented abdication of duty? And what would you do if you were currently leading the Labor Department?
Congresswoman, I am very concerned about OSHA's abdication of responsibility, and that's the only way it can be described. OSHA is AWOL. We need, and OSHA has the authority and the power to promulgate uniform national minimal safety standards in businesses with regard to the pandemic. All they've provided so far is advisory opinions and advisory standards. That's just simply not enough. Particularly if the Republicans prevail in the Senate and there is immunity for businesses from liability, then what possible incentive do businesses have to make sure that there is a safe and healthy workplace during this pandemic? OSHA has got to take responsibility.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Donovan, as a former secretary, can you speak to the foundational role that housing plays in healthcare? How can ensuring housing stability help the federal government to be more successful in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic and reducing transmission of the virus?
Congresswoman, it's an excellent point that I think we often don't pay enough attention to. Even before this crisis, it's very clear that housing is a very important foundation for good health. We often see whether it's conditions like asthma or others that so disproportionately affect communities of color and low-income neighborhoods that it's critically important to ensure decent, safe housing. This is compounded by COVID, where issues around overcrowding, issues around housing that produces lung conditions that exacerbate both the likelihood and the impact of the disease have contributed to outbreaks and have been even more serious problems. I would also point out it's a serious problem for those that become homeless. We've seen outbreaks in shelters. And in fact, ironically, the federal government is, through FEMA, paying for hotel rooms for homeless families across the country. So it would be extremely short-sighted to end the moratorium on closures and evictions and not put money into rental assistance. But in fact, the government will ultimately have to pick up those costs in the long run and increase the health risks to the broader population.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm out of time. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Hollingsworth, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for holding this hearing. Dr. Davis, my questions are directed at you. I've read much of your research over the last week or so, and to say I'm a fan is an understatement. Much of your research into the labor market has genuinely impressed me. I wanted to ask one question first before I delve into some of your more specific research into labor market fluidity. You mentioned in one of your papers a few years ago about the difficulties that we have in estimating the Phillips curve and thus the inflationary forces associated with a particular U relative to U star. I wondered if you might spend 30 seconds just talking about what some of the challenges are associated with trying to estimate the Phillips curve.
Sure, that's a big question that occupies much of the profession. I think it's fair to look the standard view of the economy, which you heard from Professor Reich earlier, is that when there's lots of slack in the economy, inflationary pressures are reduced. So that the difficulty is that nobody quite knows with any confidence how much slack it takes or how much tightness it takes before inflationary pressures emerge. So even though we think, and I agree with this assessment, that there is a relationship between slack in the economy and inflationary pressures, we really don't know with any degree of confidence when those inflationary pressures will actually kick in.
Yeah, and that was certainly a big challenge over the last few years as we saw very, very low unemployment, but also very, very benign inflation. Certainly something the Fed and I sent a lot of letters back and forth, and certainly something we discussed a lot in person as well, some of those challenges and understanding where we are in current unemployment versus U-star and where we might begin to see some of those inflationary pressures kick in. So certainly appreciate that. I also wanted to turn to something I hear from Hoosiers all the time when I am home, and that is that they feel stuck. Some of them feel like they are stuck without a job. Some of them feel like they're stuck in a job, but the inability to switch jobs readily, or alternatively, the inability to improve their wages or skill sets. Some feel like they are stuck in a low job with few advancement prospects or unable to move to a place where there might be more prospects for advancement. They certainly call this feeling stuck when I'm doing town halls back home, but I think you refer to this in many of your papers as a reduced labor market fluidity. In your recent paper, Labor Market Fluidity and Economic Performance, you delve into this topic. Could you just define really quickly what labor market fluidity is for us? And please bear in mind that your erudition on the matter is far greater than mine, so as plainly as possible.
Sure, thanks for that. It just refers to the idea that whether people can easily move between jobs, between employers, between locations, across cities and across country, all of those measures have trended downward in recent decades in the United States.
Yeah.
We think of ourselves as a flexible economy, but we've moved a lot in the direction of European labor markets.
Correct.
Compared to where we were in the 1960s.
Certainly something that your research buttresses, but many others as well. There are many ill effects that you mentioned with regard to this. One of those is the reduction in human capital / skill accumulation, because younger workers or marginally attached workers seem to have a reduced amount of job opportunities coming their way. Can you briefly describe what you mean by this and how that might impact those younger workers as they grow older?
Sure. Historically, the way less educated workers built their career is they started in an entry-level job, and many of them moved around across a few jobs before they really got their career path untracked. That has become much harder in the United States for a wide variety of reasons, and it is, in my view, a factor that contributes to slow wage growth at the lower end of the education distribution in the United States.
Right. In addition to that, I think that we've seen an increasing pace of technology, so skill sets have to be upgraded more quickly, but in a reduced labor market fluidity, people might be subjected to longer spells of joblessness, which might decay the human capital that they had already accumulated. I wondered if you might touch on that for a brief second.
Yes, I agree with that. And many of us learn in school. But many of us don't like school, and we don't find it a very conducive learning environment. So many people learn on the job, and if they're not getting job opportunities, they're not learning, they're not advancing, they're not improving their human capital and their capacity to earn a better living.
If I read your papers correctly, one of the things that you cite is a profound reduction in labor market inflows, people coming into the labor market, either because of geographic restrictions, land use restrictions, or reluctance of employers to try out marginal employees because of increasing costs of termination. I wondered if you might touch on that, how increasing costs of termination of employees might lead to fewer people coming into the labor market.
Sure. Some workers are risks to hire. Employers know that. And they look at this person who's applying for a job and they say, do I think this person will work out? If there are costs to terminating the person, the employers will be more cautious.
Hurting the most vulnerable the most. With that, I'll yield back.
Give them a chance.
Thank you. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, for holding this very important hearing on this subject matter. When the CARES Act was signed into law about 4 months ago, my constituents had a lot of anxieties and questions. I represent a working class district with several immigrant communities, and most of my constituents rent their homes. The CARES Act left a lot of people in my district out, especially the immigrant community, and it was a first step in providing temporary relief, and it left out a lot of U.S. citizen-born children. But the need for additional legislation could not be more urgent. The CARES Act eviction moratorium expires on Saturday. Expanded unemployment insurance next week, and state and local governments have already begun layoffs. The House passed the HEROES Act to address these issues and prevent a full economic collapse in districts like mine. But now that the stock market is doing well, the Senate Republicans seem to have lost interest in helping ordinary people. My constituents' anxiety is turning into dread. Will they lose their house? Can they get health insurance? Will jobs come back to our community? Professor Reich, instead of legislating based on what our communities need, like the HEROES Act, as President Trump and Senate Republicans are focused on a much smaller but filled with corporate giveaway pieces. Is the Senate risking our recovery by taking that approach?
Congressman, There is a view that I don't hold that the economy operates from the top down. That is, if you give tax breaks to big corporations and the wealthy, that somehow trickles down to everybody else and that leads to economic growth. There is not the slightest bit of empirical evidence that that actually occurs. In fact, if anything, the economy or any economy operates from the bottom up. If you provide extra benefits, higher wages, a higher minimum wage to people, they have enough money to turn around and buy, and the multiplier effect in a local economy can be quite considerable. Now, right now, we are faced with the double-barreled problems of a gigantic pandemic and a deep economic crisis. So the top-down approach is even more inappropriate now than it ever was before. We've got to get money into the hands of people who need it to avoid human suffering and also to stimulate the economy.
Thank you. Secretary Donovan, you served as HUD Secretary during the great financial crisis when so many people lost their homes. Do you expect a wave of evictions and foreclosures and if the moratoriums expire? If so, do you think that that will make the economy recover much harder?
Congressman, there's no question that we have an enormous risk of widespread evictions, foreclosures, homelessness without additional action. One of the things that I have in my written testimony is that there is substantial evidence now that the provisions that were put in place to get help to exactly the people that Secretary Reich is describing, who will spend money quickly, that those provisions have worked. And the combination of the moratorium with the assistance through unemployment, but also more broadly, the stimulus payments have been quite effective at keeping low-income people in their homes relative to what we might have expected. And so we should take a lesson from that, and we should take a lesson from the Great Recession, that we have programs that work, we ought to invest in them, and that's why I'm particularly excited that in addition to the provisions that have already been passed that are set to expire, there are also provisions in the HEROES Act for deep housing assistance as well as food assistance and others that are absolutely critical in avoiding the kind of crisis that you described.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Rogers from Chicago, would you just quickly summarize the three most important things that the Payroll Protection Program has to do in light of the fact that it didn't go to some of the neediest communities, especially small businesses of color?
I mean, we just have to make it clear how much this is important to our businesses and make sure that we publicize it as well as possible and make people understand that this program is for them and that they will be treated fairly when they reach out, because in the past they haven't been. So I understand the skepticism, but that's the most critical thing, is being transparent with the rules and let people know that they're welcome in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses and the panel today for this discussion. Dr. Davis, I'm going to spend the bulk of my time on questions for you. In your testimony, you noted that many of the jobs that we've lost throughout this pandemic are likely to be permanently lost, and that our spending patterns have shifted substantially over the course of the pandemic. I agree with both of those comments. I think that's right. One of the issues that I have frankly, with all the measures that we're debating right now is that they sort of assume a return to normal or a fixed economy in a sense, and do not take into consideration the dynamics that you've presented, which I agree with. So I guess my question for you would be, how would you recommend we shift our response, knowing that some of the losses are permanent and that consumer spending patterns have shifted so dramatically?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. Yes, I do agree very much. It's one reason why throughout my remarks today, I keep stressing the need to set the conditions, set the stage to create new jobs. because many of the old ones aren't coming back. That is a central point. We're not going to return to the pre-pandemic economy. We need to recognize that and face up to it, and we need to provide opportunities for new jobs for the people who lost them.
And how would you
Okay?
go about doing that?
One specific on this. There is a conception that runs through the CARES Act that businesses and individuals who are hurt through no fault of their own should be compensated, should be helped along. Well, some of that for individuals is certainly appropriate. But just because you were a business that was hurt through no fault of your own, that does not mean you were well situated to prosper in the post-pandemic economy. So we need to avoid the temptation to prop up businesses that don't have good prospects going forward. That is a recipe for stagnation. It will not help create the new jobs that we need for the people who've lost jobs that aren't coming back. So we want to focus on new businesses, new jobs for workers, households, and families, because the ones who will be worst hit are the ones who are in those businesses, those city districts where the jobs are not going to come back unless we take appropriate policy steps.
Thank you. And then shifting to the $600 a week, I think one of my colleagues mentioned that all we have is anecdotal evidence that suggests that the $600 is a barrier to return to work. I would argue we have a mountain of evidence on how economic incentives work, and you cite in your testimony various data points that suggest that the $600 is a barrier. I know anecdotally, to the dismay of my colleague, that many employers in my district, when I talk about what their biggest challenges are currently, they don't mention the pandemic as much as they do the $600. That's not universally true, but it is depending on the industry. And so my question for you would be, what is the cost long-term when you have a significant chunk of your labor force that is out of the market for so long? So if this goes on for, through the end of the year, and now you're looking at people who've been unemployed for, say, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, what does that do to their longer-term job prospects?
Thank you for the question. Obviously, there's the fiscal cost, but I think what you're referring to now is the fact that these are people who might for months go without working. Right. They will lose the skills that they used to have will begin to atrophy. They won't be learning new skills. There's another point that I want to make that's really important here. If you're one of those people who've continued to work, say in a hospital, as a caretaker, as a janitor, you've been putting yourself and your family at risk. And then you look at other people who are getting paid the same or more not to work. That is terribly, terribly unfair. And it undermines morale for those people and makes them think, why should I keep at this? Why should I keep working hard when somebody else is getting paid more to not work at all? That's an injustice in the way the system is currently operating.
Thank you. I agree with that. I appreciate you saying it. And I think the return to work bonus concept is similar. You would now be in a position where you paid people more money not to work, and then you pay them even more to come back when people who have worked the entire time, and to your point, put themselves and their families at risk, are left without any benefit on that front. So thank you for your comments. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to echo, as I begin today, my colleagues' criticism about the focus of the hearing we are taking part in today. This hearing, in my view, as a first-time elected official, demonstrates what Washington politics at its worst looks like. I believe that we are wasting the committee's time and resources by showcasing a bill that has already passed the House, and frankly, H.R. 6800 was a clear attempt by the Democratic leadership to push as many liberal priorities as possible into a bill and disguise it as COVID-19 relief. The decision to hold this hearing on a bill that has no chance of becoming law is a disappointment to me and to millions of unemployed Americans waiting on Congress to work on bipartisan solutions that will bring them back to work. As I visit with folks back in the 6th District of Tennessee, I continually hear them express frustration with the inability of Congress to get work done. And sadly, I think today demonstrates why that happens. Needless to say, there are many things that we could successfully do on a bipartisan basis. And I would call on our chair and this committee to roll up our sleeves and work on those things where we could agree and we could bring badly needed relief to the Americans who, through no fault of their own, have been adversely impacted by the coronavirus. Another barrier, of course, we've heard much about the unemployment insurance issue and how that has discouraged folks from going back to work. But another barrier to returning to work is schools reopening. We are the greatest nation in the world, and to keep it that way, our children must have access to the quality education they deserve and for which we pay. Dr. Davis, what is the effect, in your opinion, of keeping schools closed on the economy and its long-term prospects?
Oh, well, it's devastating in multiple respects. First, there are the caretakers of children who can't go to work because the kids aren't in school. That's point one. Second, there are the kids who aren't learning in school, and that's going to affect them for the rest of their lives. These negative effects are concentrated among lower income households and lower income communities. Richer households can figure out ways to make sure their kid gets educated anyway. They can hire a nanny to look after the kids so they can go to work. This is really a devastating consequence. We need to get the schools functioning again. Of course, we have to do it in a safe way. If that means spreading out the school day over more hours during the day so that we can maintain social distancing, or running the school year longer, let's do that. But by all means, let's get our schools operating again in a safe way so that the children will be able to prepare for their future and their parents will be able to work if they need to now.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Small businesses make up 99% of American enterprises and employ about half of the American workforce. As you noted in your testimony, Dr. Davis, according to U.S. Census Bureau statistics, business formations continue, specifically applications for new businesses that have a high propensity of turning into businesses with payrolls. Building off the question that my friend Representative Mooney asked earlier, do you attribute this increase in business formation to entrepreneurs recognizing opportunities arising from the new demands brought on by the pandemic?
I do, in part. As I've tried to stress throughout my testimony, there's both good and bad consequences of the pandemic. We've mostly experienced the bad consequences so far. But we want to try to position ourselves so that we can take advantage of whatever new opportunities there are. And there are many, and there are business people and workers who would like to pursue those opportunities. We should make that possible.
Back home in Middle Tennessee, folks are ready to get back to work, and I'm hearing from small businesses across the 6th District of Tennessee how harmful the large unemployment payments have been. As already discussed, the Partisan Heroes Act would only further incentivize workers to stay home. This bill would also provide another round of direct payment to individuals even after we saw billions of dollars lost to fraud and payments to the deceased. Moving forward, if we are to provide additional direct assistance, an easy solution, in my view, would be to put more money in the pockets of hardworking Americans. That could be done through a payroll tax cut. Dr. Davis, do you support Congress exploring a payroll tax cut for future direct relief instead of provisions such as those included in the HEROES Act?
I do think it's something worth exploring, but I also think we need to recognize that not everyone who is in need of some assistance is working.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my time has expired. I appreciate it. I yield back, Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate us being here. The coronavirus pandemic has punched us in the face. It's attacked our health, and it's attacked our economy and our jobs. Businesses have been forced to lay people off. Schools have been closed. And at times, I've seen the best of Congress. I've seen us come together, Democrats and Republicans, the Trump administration, to provide for the CARES Act, to provide needed relief to those who were in pain through no fault of their own. In fact, I got in my car in Janesville, Wisconsin, loaded up with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and drove here to Washington, D.C. to get that bill across the line. Now's the time to focus in on targeted relief. Relief to those people who are still in pain due to the result of the coronavirus pandemic. But that's not what we're doing here today. Today, I'm seeing what's the worst of Congress, which is partisan politics that's not addressing solutions and isn't getting the job done. We should be talking about economic recovery. We should be talking about how we safely reopen schools. We should not be wasting our time talking about a bill that will never become law. We're here today to discuss a partisan bill that already passed the House and will never go anywhere in the Senate. Members of this committee have called it, quote, Washington gamesmanship. They've called it party politics. It was described as a waste of time. And those are the Democrats on this committee. Those are the Democrats on this committee saying those words. The American people need us to target relief, but my colleagues want us to revisit ideas and bail out states across this country, like Illinois, that were in terrible fiscal shape before the pandemic even hit. This terrible bill provides $1 trillion for states and local governments, the recipients of which will be able to spend pretty much on whatever they want, included their bloated state budgets. That means supporters of this bill are asking hardworking taxpayers, folks in the state of Wisconsin, to pay for decades of mismanagement in states like Illinois. I'm not going to let it happen. No Wisconsinite should pay for the horrendous spending decisions made by other states, in particular the state to our south. Before the pandemic, Illinois had the worst bond rating of any state, just one notch above junk status. The state hasn't had a balanced budget since 2001. So I'm shocked that states like Illinois would like to be bailed out for their horrendous spending decisions before the pandemic even began. This bill spends taxpayers' hard-earned money on left-wing wish lists that seem to have no connection to the coronavirus. Here's the bill, 1,800 pages. We can go in. Let's dive into the bill and see what we find. You can get in there, page 1,679. Environmental justice grant programs. Are you kidding me? I support environmental conservation, but why are we discussing environmental justice grants when American workers need jobs so they can feed their families? And we're having this discussion here in the House Financial Services Committee. This is a terrible bill, a $3.4 trillion liberal wish list that's already passed the Democratic-led House. It'd require folks in Wisconsin to bail out states like Illinois. It has spent billions and billions of dollars on members' pet projects, and it would harm our economic recovery. We should not be using this committee's precious and limited time to relitigate a bill that's going nowhere. This committee should focus on how we help people who have been negatively impacted by the coronavirus. We should be working on solutions, working to come together, having the best of Congress where we address problems and reach solutions. I think we need to stop the partisan messaging and politics that we see far too often in the House of Representatives and get to work. I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee seeks recognition.
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record 2 letters. The first is a July 21st, 2020 letter from the Association of Credit and Collection Professionals expressing concerns with several sections of H.R. 6800. The second is a July 22nd, 2020 letter from a coalition of national associations that represent for-profit and nonprofit owners, developers, managers, housing cooperatives, and housing agencies involved in providing affordable rental housing to millions of American families, expressing opinions on several sections of 6800.
Without objection, such is the order. Without objection, the following statements will be included in the hearing's record. A statement from the Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, a statement from the National Association of Federal Credit Unions, a statement from Professor Melva Thompson Robinson, the Executive Director of the Center for Health Disparities Research at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And now the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Taylor, is recognized for 5 minutes. Will the gentleman turn his microphone on?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Great. Thank you. Appreciate you bringing us together. I think one thing that I have noticed that has brought Republicans and Democrats together in this hearing is the need to take care of businesses, because businesses employ people, and making sure that we have jobs for people to go back to is something that is deeply important, I think, to all of us. Something that I am particularly concerned about are the businesses that have to pay debt instruments, that have to pay a mortgage every month. And Congress has taken great steps, great strides to ensure that businesses that have to pay mortgage obligations are given relief. And we have done that in a variety of ways, primarily with the banking industry, where we provided OCC guidance on March 13th, allowing banks to provide forbearance to their customers, and those are for consumer and commercial loans, as well as instructing Fannie and Freddie to provide forbearance for those mortgages. And so 8% of the home mortgages in this country today are under forbearance, so they're taking advantage of the revisions that Congress has provided. I'm very concerned in the commercial real estate space, where we have a significant component of the financing there is not bank financing, and it's not Fannie or Freddie financing, but it is instead financing that is not eligible for forbearance, and that is collateralized mortgage-backed security market that Mr. Kustoff referred to earlier. And I just wanted to talk about, if we did have a wave of foreclosures, which is what it looks like it's going to be. So, for instance, we're looking at about 20% delinquency in the CMBS space for hospitality. Particularly concerned, some cities, for instance, the city of LA is at 24% delinquency. The city of Houston is at 64% delinquency in hospitality. And those are the June numbers. We do not have, we are going to get more and more numbers as time go on, and I'm afraid that the peak is yet to come. We have not crested. And so I wanted to just reach out to Professor Davis and just talk about what does it mean if we allow for a wave of foreclosures to go through, and what does that do to market values? What would it do to market values? Professor?
Well, I think the implication is pretty clear. Market values of both outstanding mortgage loans, but also real estate itself, will fall.
And just so we're clear, in the hospitality space, there were 8 million Americans who worked in hospitality before COVID. And the first 6 million, of the first 24 million Americans who lost their jobs, 6 million were in the hospitality space. So we have millions of unemployed, and many of those unemployed have reached out to me and talked about how important their job is to them and to their family. And so I think it is extremely important that we work, and I'm very proud that members of this committee came together on a bipartisan basis, submitted a letter to Secretary Mnuchin and to Chairman Powell, asking them to look at ways to address this. I'm looking forward to filing legislation that will continue to address this and try to come out with a way to save those jobs and ensure that Americans continue to be employed. Professor Davis, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. I fully understand the impulse to save the jobs. But as you pointed out, the hospitality sector was one of the most adversely affected by the crisis. The decline in business travel is particularly relevant here. Even after the pandemic is over, it's likely that business travel will remain down for some period of time. So I think it's just, it's chasing a pipe dream to think that we're going to save all of the jobs in the hospitality sector or all of the jobs in the airline industry. If we do that, we try to do that indefinitely, it will be very, very expensive for the taxpayer, and it will only postpone the inevitable declines in employment in these industries. That is one of the hard truths that I alluded to in my oral testimony.
Sure, appreciate that. And I'll just say that in my discussions with business leaders in this space, that many of them say that this would reduce the number of foreclosures approximately 90%. And so that's a pretty dramatic number, and that would save literally millions of jobs. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony today. We are very appreciative for the generosity that you have demonstrated by staying with us for over 4.5 hours today. We're very appreciative. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days with which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you are able. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. With that, this hearing is adjourned.